Hello, Adventure Golf fans. This is it. It's the last regular tournament of the 2025-2026 WMF World Adventure Golf Tour season. So New Zealand Open 2025. What that means is that one of the players here that we're watching over the weekend will win the very last automatic qualification into the WMF World Adventure Golf Tour final. They'll also win 500 ranking points, but everyone who competes here will win ranking points. And as that is the last tournament of the season, that is absolutely crucial to determine who's going to qualify for the final and who is going to take us into the New Year break at the end of the season as world number one. The action is getting started now. I'm not going to speak too much more, but as
What?
we're watching, please do send in all of your questions and comments, cheering on your best players, asking any questions, whatever you want to say, send them in and you can make a comment on both the Facebook live stream and the YouTube live stream. And I will be reading those out on air. We've already got one from Matt Ansley, one of the competitors here. Matt is a top 10 adventure golf player. He has lost this tournament by one stroke. He says another tropical day in Wellington. I think we can see Matt's competition there on lane one in the background. That's Cameron Cooper. So, without further ado, I'm going to hand you over to our expert commentator who's going to guide you all through the New Zealand Open 2025 tournament, David Vida. Dave, how are you?
I'm great, man. Hello, mates. Hello, everybody. Welcome to New Zealand, one of my favorite tournaments of the year. And you know what makes a tournament really great, Andrew, are the people
Sure.
and the pros that play in it. Obviously, the weather, as Matt had alluded to, is a little suspect today. But this is what you get down here in New Zealand. But everybody is going to be on their A game today. And boy, when you said 2 days worth of action, you weren't kidding. You got 5 rounds today and another 3 rounds tomorrow. So the action is going to be nonstop and packed. And we talked about some of the pros. Cameron Cooper, one of our pros today. Josh Mars is in the field. Matt Ansley, John Ansley. It's a family affair over there with Faye Ansley. And then you got James McCarthy, Nikki Shaw. We got a whole slew. I think there's about 30 or 40 competitors today, and we're going to take you through as much as we possibly can. You'll see on your screen on the left side is lane number one, and on the right side is the famed lane 14. The whale is what I affectionately call it. And that has, I recall last year, Andrew, was the backdrop to some unbelievable drama
Mhm.
here in New Zealand. And I think the players are just about ready to get underway here. And we will be following our featured group a little bit later on as we see everybody tee off. So we do have the leaderboard. As you can see, Paul O'Connell and Cameron Cooper are right there at even par so far. And boy, this is going to be kind of exciting. I do recall this tournament very well from last year, and a lot of the people that I've seen here too play, I've had a chance to meet up with the finals. Certainly, Cameron Cooper and Matt Ansley are two of the favorites. We're going to keep a very close eye on them. But let's not count out Josh Mars and James McCarthy. They may have something to say about how this tournament ends up today. So sit back. If you're over there in New Zealand, and if you are anywhere watching in the world today, we appreciate you tagging along today, and we'll give you the best coverage we possibly can and see how today's tournament ends up. The first 5 rounds today here at the New Zealand Open.
Yeah, so we just saw Faye Ansley, Paul O'Connor, and Cameron Cooper there. Like you said, they each scored a par on lane one. We just also saw Paul Kerrigan in the second group, and this is Fabian Oche now in the pro category. Next up on lane one will be Emmy Steedman. Uh, You mentioned Faye Ansley, like you said, it's a family affair. Faye is going to be an interesting one to watch in terms of the ranking points because invited to the final are the three women with the most ranking points. And just to clarify, that is after the automatic qualifications are done. So we know one woman already has qualified because she won the Austrian Adventure Golf Masters in 2025. So on
Yes.
top of that, there'll be three women. And one of those, if she does well today, could well be Faye Ansley. So good score today, some good ranking points for Faye, could earn her a spot in the final. So Faye's going to be an interesting one to watch. And then, as well as you said, you've got those big players, some of which, Dave, you've met at the final yourself. Cameron Cooper, Matt Ansley. Cameron Cooper, of course, former world number one until he was unthroned by Sevi Kukielka. James McCarthy, who qualified for the first ever final about 3 years ago now in Bowling Burner in the Czech Republic. I'm sure you remember it, Dave.
Yeah. I played a couple of rounds with him. He's a great bloke, and he's a lot of fun. Family man too, as well, and he hopes to do very well here in today's tournament as well. So we'll keep a sharp eye on for James McCarthy as things progress today.
We have a Derek Hartman on Facebook saying, "Good luck all, play well." Down under putting wonder, believe that's Josh Mars from the name. Says Kia Ora from Wellington. Somebody called Maria Kerr says, "I am doing it." I can see there's an Andrew Kerr and a Hamish Kerr who are playing, so perhaps that's someone cheering them on from home. Let us know what you're doing, Maria Kerr. Tobias Rampset says, "Good evening from Germany. Good luck to the players."
Germany's checking in today. That's great. You can see again on your screen, lane 1 is the opening lane. It's a great first lane. It gives players a couple of different options to play here. You can play the front door right in, or you can go back door too as well. A lot of players playing the option for the back door. Takes an incredible touch there to come down that first slope. You can see Patrick Hola right now on the tee box. He's on the starting on the left side. Going front door action.
Oh,
wow.
Lovely.
Gets in there. Beautiful ace.
Didn't so much kick down the front door as just opened it very gently and was welcomed in. Okay, this is interesting now. Josh Mars, who said hello to us earlier on the Facebook stream. Josh Mars from Australia. I believe one of the 3 Australians playing today. Also trying to just slot in the front door, but
Josh. So close.
Okay, that's not how you want to start, but he's got to pop that in the back of his head. That was brutal.
Steven Samuelson now in the tee box. Center cut. Let's see if he takes it for the front or the back door here.
Can you remember last year we kept on calling him Samuel Stevens?
I do remember that. I do recall that.
We've got to put that out of our minds tonight. Steven Samuelson.
He's laughing too as well. Steven Samuelson, not Samuel Stevenson, just for the record. So, this could be a long broadcast.
I bet he's used to that. Grumpy Old Warhorse, someone who joined us last week for the live coverage of the Putters League Championship. Grumpy Old Warhorse Todd is back. He says hi from Ohio, USA. Hello, Grumpy Old Warhorse Todd.
Oh, yeah. I think we saw him last week, too, as well in our competition of the Putters League, too. Thanks for tuning in and checking us out today. Just underway here in New Zealand. Round 1 of 8. 5 rounds completed today, weather permitting, and it does look like a blustery, lovely day down under here.
The
Already
King says, hi, you all from Ohio, USA.
Who was
There's
that?
two.
Sorry.
V King, 2 words. V
King.
King says hi, you all from Ohio, USA. So we've got 2 fans in from Ohio tonight. That's nice.
That's great. Boy, if you're in Ohio, USA, and we're here in New Zealand, that allows you to watch all the extended coverage today, and you won't lose any sleep. So it's a great thing if you're in Ohio with the hour difference from New York time, certainly, and that's about a 17, almost an 18-hour difference. So in Ohio, it's actually Friday night at like 3 something, 3:11, I think. So yeah, you guys are all set up. Just grab your favorite beverage and chill out with us. James Goatley now on the tee box. This is our 4th group out today.
Yep, James knows what it's like to play in a final, of course. He'll be hoping that he is able to do that again with a good performance here.
Action now continuing on lane number 1, just sliding to the left there, leaving a little bit of a tricky 3-footer back up to the cup. Here is Michael Broadhead. No problem. Go ahead.
Tiago Carvalhas says, only 1 day of competition, question mark. No, there's 2, 5 rounds for the professionals today, 3 for the professionals tomorrow.
Can you repeat that one time? Because I didn't quite catch that.
Tiago asks, only 1 day of competition. And I said, no, there's 2 days, 5 rounds today for the professionals, 3 rounds tomorrow.
Okay. Matt Ansley, maybe a little bit of short, giving us a little bit of a grimace there, but he is dressed in his usual black attire. He means business and will be all business today, starting out with his par.
There's a great clip of Matt Ansley right here on lane number 1, either 1 or 2 years ago, right? It was blowing so hard in the wind. He gets an ace and he does this big celebration. And just in the middle of his celebration, his hat is blown off from the wind, revealing his lovely bald head. Have a look at our videos on social media. It's on there. We made sure we put that one on social media pretty quickly. So yeah, it's really windy. He does this huge celebration, then his hat's blown off in the wind. The timing is just perfect. You couldn't have done it with CGI any better. It was just so perfect.
Oh boy, you know what? You cover these rounds long enough, you're going to see just about everything. But we look for those good reactions. We want to make sure we are able to accentuate all the great action and the good reactions and responses that you see.
Derek Hartman says 3:12 here in Chicago, Illinois. So we've got 2 watchers in from Ohio, 1 from Chicago, Illinois. It's 3:12 in Chicago, Illinois, 4:12 in Ohio, he thinks. Tim Ochnikowski says, hello from Greenfield, Wisconsin, USA. Looking forward to watching these amazing putters, especially some of my fellow Putt 18 players. So Tim is cheering on the Putt 18 players, watching from Greenfield, Wisconsin. Greenfield sounds like a wonderful place. Sounds very nice. Yeah. I wonder if it lives up to its name. Anyway, it sounds nice.
Lots of green fields there.
You would hope so, wouldn't you? Yeah. Okay,
right, back
Scott
to lane number
Clancy.
1. Yes. Just slides it to the left. Almost an ace there. Also dressed in the Ansley black is John Ansley, right? They keep the they keep it all color coordinated there. Team Ansley today.
He's not happy. It looks like he's not happy with it.
Yeah, looks like he pushed that just off the tee. John Ansley leaving himself a good 5-footer here, Tester for his par. straight back down and in, no problem.
Nice and confident. I like that for a second stroke. Yeah, he's obviously passed on his love of black clothing to his son Matt.
And here's my boy James McCarthy. James
Yeah.
had a chance to play with him in the finals in Brno a couple of years ago. He always wears a great hat, but ends up wearing the shorts as well. So it's tough to gauge what the exact temperature is outside that these guys are experiencing. He's looking good, tracking, and just lips on the left side. Big James McCarthy, though.
You're right. He's wearing sunglasses as well. So you've got sunglasses, a hat, and shorts.
Yeah.
So it's anyone's guess how hot or cold or how sunny it is. Mario Anthony says hi from Australia. Mario, let us know who are you cheering on today, because I know we've got some Australian players. And so that is it. We have seen all of our professionals, and we're going to be following them for all 8 rounds of the New Zealand Open 2025. 5 rounds today, 3 rounds tomorrow. That's it for our professional category. We'll see the scores come in now. Next up, and we always do this in the New Zealand Open 2025. Dave, you started off by saying it's one of your favorite tournaments of the year.
It is.
Just coincidentally, it's always been the last tournament of the year. It's kind of like a tradition that the World Adventure Golf Tour ends here in Wellington and at the New Zealand Open. And one thing that we do on the live stream is that we watch some of the novice players. Now, these players aren't eligible for World Adventure Golf Tour points. They haven't joined the professional league yet, but we like to, just for a little bit, a little part of the stream, watch them, cheer them on, support them. We're not going to be as critical of them as we are of the professional players. We're just going to hope that they ace. So in the youth category, carrying the torch for the adventure players for tomorrow, the youth players are so important. Starting is Noah Rodder.
So important that we embrace a lot of these amateur players too as well. The youth category, there's the pairs. We have senior competition here in this particular tournament, the women and men amateur competition, which you're seeing today too as well. So it's really important that we embrace them because they are some of the future of the sport as we look to grow it around the world. And, you know, it's interesting you're bringing up a lot of the people that are checking in online and sending us messages. This sport really does have a global impact. And it's one of the benefits, I think, for me is just to see everybody's reaction on a tournament by tournament basis, just to see how good these players are and really following a lot of these players. Great little putt there from Noah.
Really nice putt there from Noah. Really nice. I mean, that wasn't an easy putt for a professional.
No, he did great.
He really did, didn't he?
Totally into it.
So in the novice men's category now, Grant Lincoln.
Par there for Grant, picking up his par there in his 2, and you can see our good friend Noah there getting a piece of the camera. This is Rochelle Swin. Rochelle taking a backdoor approach.
Good start from our novices. Ben Cassidy is checking in, saying Big Dog Ben checking in. Great coverage as always. Thank you very much, Ben. Good luck to you all. I'm not sure if it means the players or me and you, Dave, but maybe just to everyone.
We need as much luck as we can get here in the booth, that's for sure.
Yeah. Big Dog Ben, there were some rumors that you were going to be here in New Zealand with us.
Yeah,
trying to get the ranking points that you need for the final. What happened? Why isn't the Big Dog on the course in New Zealand? Let us know, Ben. Grumpy Old Warhorse Todd says, you can cheer me on next year at the Fringe. Well, there we go.
Wow.
We'll look out for. You're going to have to let us know who you are so we know who to cheer on. But yep, at the Fringe, possibly next year. I don't want to give any spoilers because the calendar isn't announced until January. But
Yeah.
if we are at the Fringe next year, we'll watch out for you.
As Andrew just mentioned, we're through the pros, and now we're on to the amateur competition. We'll just follow them through, and then our camera will start following some of the other groups today. This is the 9th annual New Zealand Mini Golf Open taking place here today. It's hosted here at the Golf Warehouse in Lower Hutt, New Zealand. The premier mini golf event here, which brings people of all ages, all backgrounds, and all skill levels to the mini golf course, an adventure golf course. And that's exactly what the World Adventure Golf Tour and the World Mini Golf Federation is all about, to expose as many people to this unbelievable sport. And as you can see and hear from all the people checking in around the world, it definitely has a big global impact. This now, Andrew Kerr in the men's category, wearing the backwards hat today. He's at
This is a tester. This is a test.
painfully short there. 6-footer, going straight at it. Never a doubt. Look at that. He
Great
knew
shot.
it. Great putt there.
Difficult thing about the wind, from what I can see, just looking at the ferns, it seems to be very inconsistent. The wind will die down and then it will pick up from one second to the next. So that's going to be a challenge for our professional players.
This is Valerie Bradshaw here. She left it also short. This is straight in, as we've seen so far. A few players take it. She pushes hers, though, a little left.
I think it's interesting that we've seen quite a few novice players go short, right? Because for people watching who maybe haven't played a lot of professional adventure golf, this highlights one of the challenges, and that's the first stroke nerves, right? Your first stroke of the tournament is always different from practice. The nerves start to kick in. Okay, this is the first shot of the tournament. I'm playing for real now.
Oh!
And I think that's what we've seen with some of these novice players. Obviously, the professional players, they're able to keep their mentality in check.
Christy Robinson here with the NIU logo, and she picks up her par. Well done.
Grumpy old warhorse Todd says you'll be able to spot me at the Fringe because I wear a kilt while I'm playing.
Boy, have I seen him before? Well, again, there's no dress code, but hopefully you dress accordingly.
Have you seen anyone playing in a kilt? I don't think I have.
I think I have. Well, there's Highlighter who plays in some different types of colored garb, certainly, and nothing too crazy so far today, except for the Ansley Black, which is standard for their tournament, which is great.
Okay, just looking at the scores of the professionals, our first group have played 12 lanes. So we'll keep our eye out on the camera in the top right because they should be along to lane 14, the most dramatic lane on the course, any second now.
It was Cam Cooper there in the background. I can't tell.
Yeah, I think that would make sense because he's in the first group. He's playing lane 13 at the moment.
Right.
Ryan Padroff says Mini Golf Aussie Adventures here. Hello, Ryan. Thank you for checking in. So I want to hear from the people watching in Australia. Who are you cheering on for Australia, from Australia? And I also want to hear from Big Dog Ben. Why aren't you in New Zealand getting those ranking points that you need?
Yeah. Well, Big Dog Ben. So you mentioned that this is the last tournament of the year,
Mhm.
historically speaking, too. And it seems like, if I recall, maybe you do too, Andrew, the weather is almost carbon copy to what it was last year, it seems.
Yeah. Yeah,
It
it's
seems like
always
overcast,
overcast
right?
and windy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
we'll see how much that comes into play. Our amateurs here taking an aggressive approach here is Allison Cornish.
Oh, lovely floral trousers there. That's nice. Sort of fits in with the decor of the course.
Sure does. And she picks up her par there too as well. So, lane number one playing pretty standard. A couple of aces are gettable here. And this also, again, the nerves for one of our senior players, Angus Shaw. Lining this one up for his par. And then Aaron Telfer next, one of our, well, I think
Well,
this is one of,
potentially. Well, yeah, potentially the groups have swapped a little bit on us. The
oh boy.
groups.
Oh,
Well, let's. I'll tell you what. I'll keep my eyes on the scores and see who logs the score.
this could be Hamish Kerr here on the tee box. It would be my guess as one of the youth players. He's very excited. He's ambitious. He just had some sugar. He's going to town.
uh, okay, so there has been a late youth entry.
Okay.
Christian Harvey. So it could be Christian Harvey. I'll keep my eyes on the scores and. Yes, so this was Christian Harvey in the top left. So this group is
Yes, New York champs, baby.
Alison Cornish. Here you go, make a note of this. Angus Shaw,
Yes. And then
and then
Christian Harvey.
Christian Harvey.
Got it. If you're following at home, you could take those notes too as well if you're following our start order online.
D.
Again,
Hartman 34 says, I wanted to fly to New Zealand, but those flight prices and times are insane. Yeah, we hear you. Big
come
Dog
on.
Ben says, would love to have come over, but still having to grovel to the wife for the trip to Austria. I'm hoping to have done enough to scrape into the final. And then keeping the fingers crossed emoji. Yeah.
Our leadoff group now on lane 14. You can see at the right side of your screen. Can we do a close up of that one, Andrew? Is that possible? We can get a
Yeah.
close up on 14. You got Faye Ansley now for the professional women's division here, and is our pro. She's going to take it down and try to position herself in the bottom of the whale. It almost looks like a whale. At least I think it is. You can see that the mogul there, she has to carry over. Not the greatest position if you're looking to get a two down there. You want to try to get it to the top level on your first putt, which is possible and feasible.
It is, and even an ace is possible, as Matt Ansley has showed us one time. Of course, we'll be looking for any aces on this lane throughout the competition.
Faye gets it up there to the top tier with her second putt. See the groupings behind her now. This is the leadoff group. Good three. A little bit of a bogey there. She'll drop a stroke.
So when
You're gonna see a lot. You'll see a lot of threes, I think, on this lane. Correct? I mean, as I recall from last year, there were a lot of threes. Oh boy, our first out of bounds there for Paul O'Connell.
yes, so when hobby players play this lane, they consider it a par three.
Okay.
For our pros here, everything is a par two. But yeah, the hobby players consider it a par three. But for the very, very best players, a two is definitely possible. Like you said, Dave, you can get up the top tier on the first putt. And even an ace, we know it's possible. It has been done.
Yeah. Paul O'Connell now, second putt up to the second tier here on lane 14. Oh boy. needs to eat your Wheaties this morning there, Paul. Get that ball up there. This is a third putt now for Paul, going at it. Oh, I thought he had a chance for a front or a back door. That's a double bogey. Tap in there for 4, and he's going to drop 2 strokes there.
But Mario Anthony, who's watching from Australia, says he's cheering on Josh Mars, Steven Samuelson, and Scott Clancy. Next up, though, for now, Cameron Cooper, former world number 1.
Look at this.
Wow.
Wow. That is textbook play right there. Just mentioned it to you earlier. Probably using one of the mini golf balls, one of the yellow ones, to try to get that rebound up there to the second tier. And he did just that, Andrew. That is a perfect putt there for Cameron Cooper on lane 14, top right of your screen. Good par. You can see the players now looking closely at their phones. They're doing some live scoring as it happens. Back on lane 1 here, too.
No penalty for going out of bounds. That was a question that just came in from Lumpy J. No, Lumpy J, no penalty for going out of bounds. When the ball goes out of bounds, you position it using the regulation rod. If you have a look at the top right of your screen, you can see the regulation rod in use at the moment. You reposition your ball 20 centimeters from where it left the playing area, and you play your next stroke without a penalty.
This is Hamish Kerr on your left side, and on your right side, Paul Kerrigan. Sorry, that's Fabian. Fabian playing his first shot, almost gets an ace there for Fabian on lane 14.
Lovely.
So close. I mean, that was really, really, really nice. I forget the stats last year, Andrew, on lane 14. There may have been one ace, maybe. It's so tough. I think there's just one group left on our amateurs that will be kicking off on lane 1 as we watch Emmy Steedman on 14 on your right side.
Grumpy Old Warhorse Todd has asked who's playing from America. Unfortunately, nobody. Just players from New Zealand and Australia in this last tournament of the season.
Patrick Holla now in 14, taking it down, getting it up, and almost an ace there, too. That's another great textbook putt by Patrick Holla. Holla! Patrick going for par on the difficult 14.
I'm impressed so far on 14, I have to say.
Pay no attention to Emmy, who's hogging all of the camera time. I would do the same thing. Hey, if I was on camera, I'd do the same thing, Andrew. I think everybody else would too. On lane 14, it's Steven Samuelson.
Is it
and that's almost
Josh
an ace. Is it Josh? Oh, it is Josh. Did I miss somebody? Oh, I did. I skipped ahead. Josh with an easy par. Sorry, Josh. I called you Steven Samuelson, but I didn't call you Samuel Stevenson, which is good. now it's Steven Samuelson on the tee box on 14, everyone. You can see how long that first putt is. It's got to come over that bump there, that mogul, and it really just needs to settle nicely off the rebound. And look at this. Boy, that's like 6 shots in a row that made it up there to that top tier. Really well done. Some talent. Nikki Shaw there on lane number 1. It's rounding out our amateurs. Steven Samuelson taking his par. And this is Michael Schlag. Michael in the red and white hat. And the black jersey there. He'll take up his par on lane number 1. And our final amateur, Hunter Broadhead, on the tee box on your left side. On the right side on 14, James Goatley. What's another ace for James there, too?
I have a correction to make.
Oh, dear.
Sincere apologies for this.
What did I do? What did I do now?
It was me. Big mistake.
Nobody's allowed to make more mistakes than me, just so you know.
Very big apologies to Fabian Oche. A moment ago, I said there's only players from New Zealand and Australia here. Fabian is from Germany. He played in German Adventure Golf Masters this year also. So he's made the trip from Germany to New Zealand. Fabian, thank you very much for joining us. Sincere apologies that I made that mistake. Blame me for that one. But great to see you here. So Fabian from Germany, and we've got players from New Zealand and Australia.
Michael Broadhead, you just saw him right there pick up his bogey on lane 14 on the right side. Fortunately, he wasn't able to get the ball to the second tier, and that leaves a treacherous and difficult putt back uphill. By the way, talking about Fabian Oche, I recall that from Germany, that's a very serious flight. That's a good 25 hours. So that's not that's not for the faint of heart to travel. Matt Ansley now does not like where he is and leaves himself with a treacherous second putt on the right side of your screen.
And we've just started following our first featured group of the day. In the top left, it is Scott Clancy, John Ansley, Scott Clancy, John Ansley, and James McCarthy. So our first featured group of 8 of the New Zealand Open 2025 is underway. Top left corner. Hang on.
Wow.
Great attempt from Matt.
Matt Ansley just slides it to try to backdoor bank it off the back there on the left side. He had the right angle, just didn't give enough ambition on that particular putt, and he'll drop a stroke. Matt Ansley down there, 1 stroke on 14. John Ansley now. This is John Ansley. No, this is James McCarthy coming down.
Bucket
Gotta take
hat
the rebound.
Is a giveaway.
Like the bucket hat. Yeah, I should have known that.
There you go. That's the regulation rod coming into play that we were talking about earlier, 20 centimeters from the boundary.
Bit of a putt there for our good friend James, and off to a start there, doing well. James is on to 13 now, lane 13 for James.
Do you think Matt Ansley in the top right knows he's on camera at the moment? I bet he does. I bet he's thinking, I'll just stand here, pretend I'm checking my phone, but getting in that camera time. But he might even be watching himself on his phone. That's probably what he's doing.
Well, he could do that, or he's checking out some profiles, swiping left, swiping right. Just depends hey, you got to have time for everything here at the New Zealand Open. What are you going to do, right? Please forgive me on that one, Matt. Please don't hold me accountable for some of the things that I say today. It's got to be entertaining, or no one's going to watch us. All right.
Just don't tell his father, who he can see now, John Ansley.
Yes. John Ansley on 13 now. leave himself in quite the little predicament, John.
Yeah, that's tough.
So he doesn't have line of sight of the cup because of the hazard. You can see the mogul hazard. The right play is if he's standing addressing the ball, he's got to aim it a little to his right and play it off the hill. Let's see. The other option is to play a backdoor putt and take that hazard completely out of play. Or he could go completely over the hazard and backdoor it the other way. A few different ways to play this putt. Oh, that was almost a brilliant putt. Just didn't give it enough energy. That's going to be a drop stroke there for John Ansley on 13. The famous bucket hat, made famous by our good friend, James McCarthy. He's coming down. And he finds an ace. McCarthy all business. There you go.
We've got some full rounds coming in. Or they've already came in. Faye Ansley, pretty good, 38. Emmy Steedman, 41. Patrick Holler, 33. Cameron Cooper, interesting, former world number one, 36.
Wow.
Not a bad
That's
score.
impressive.
Absolutely not a bad score here, but 3 strokes behind the leader, but obviously 7 rounds to go. So early days, but if you're if you're ahead of the world number one, you've got to be feeling good right now. I mean, Josh Mars from Australia, he's currently tied with the world number one, a former world number one, Cameron Cooper.
This is our featured group here on lane number 14. Oh, no, it's not. Is it our feature group? It is our feature group. This is Scott Clancy. So, by the way, it's lane 15. I was just notified. Lane 15, not lane 14. I saw the sign in front of it. So, we are on 15 on the top right of your screen. Clancy there with a par putt, and he comes up just a little bit wide left. Clancy now using that regulation rod. And he should have a manageable tap in here on 15 for his bogey. So Clancy will drop a stroke. As we see John Ansley on the top right of your screen and the top left, our featured group today. A couple of different camera angles for everybody watching. Dave Vida here along with Andrew Edmonds. And this is John Ansley. Seen this putt a lot today so far. Gets a great rebound. Can it do a double rebound and in? Oh, that was so close. John Ansley getting it in perfect position there for tap in par. Still waiting for our first ace on 14. It's going to happen at some point. Lord knows we have 8 rounds to do it in. Somebody's got to do it today or tomorrow. The bucket hat. James McCarthy, he's up and does not get it to the cup. You can see that thing ricochet all the way around. He'll get a little bit of relief from the, or does he? Yeah, he does get relief, I think, from that, from the mogul there.
He should. He should. Yeah. And anything that prevents you from having a backswing, you should get relief from.
Does not seem to want to take it. Doesn't need it. Takes a rebound and in. Wow. Was that fantastic? James McCarthy with one of the shots of the day so far in the first round of the tournament at the New Zealand Open. That was fantastic.
So Susan Shalag has got in touch from WI. I believe that's Wisconsin, Dave.
Yes, it is.
She's given the name of her town in Wisconsin. I'm going to try and say it, but apologies if I haven't got this right. So Susan Shalaug is from Oconomowoc, Wisconsin. Hopefully,
don't ask me to pronounce it. Easier for you than me, that's for sure.
You ever heard that town name before? She's cheering on Christy Robinson and Michael Shalaug. Well, that makes sense.
Good par putt there by Clancy on 16, followed by John Ansley, our feature group on the left. You can see our first amateur group there on the right, Grant Lincoln, looking at his second putt back up the hill. Good position there for John Ansley on the left. Lincoln on the right. Ansley left. Lincoln right. Ansley par. Tough par putt here for Lincoln. Just scoots it to the right side. He'll pick up his bogey tap in.
Susan, let us know, first of all, how was my pronunciation of your town name? And also, what's the relation between you and Michael? Grumpy Old Warhorse Todd saying, yes, Wisconsin has strange names for towns.
Sure does. Sure does.
Oh,
Where would we be without you, Grumpy Old Warhorse? Where would we be today? McCarthy to pick up his par. He has line of sight to the cup. Just can slide it by the mogul there that you see on his left. Straight at it and in. What a great putt there for McCarthy to save his par on 16.
So Susan spat it out phonetically for me. Thank you very much. Is Okonomowok. And Michael is Susan's son. There we go. So Susan in Okonomowok, Wisconsin, cheering on her son playing in New Zealand. Fantastic.
Oh! Clancy just with an ace on 17. Our first look there where you can see the rock hazard, and he finds the perfect spot to bank it and finds an ace. John Ansley now, top left of your screen, looks to try to copycat that same putt. Taking his time. He's down. Finds it. And he just lips it out on the left side. Such a great putt there by Ansley. I don't know if you can see it there where John Ansley is standing, but there's a depression there that goes down to the rock, and that can really make for a bad day on lane 17. So got to be careful there. Love the representation from Wisconsin and the USA. But we are here in New Zealand at the New Zealand Open. Final stop here in the World Adventure Golf Tour. Bucket hat represented there from our good friend McCarthy. He gets another ace on 17. Things are happening, and the leaderboard is moving as we speak.
Got some more great news from Susan. So Susan from Wisconsin cheering on her son Michael. Christy Robinson is going to be Susan's daughter-in-law in January. Congratulations.
Oh, Lord.
Congratulations. Christy's playing in this tournament, and I'm guessing that she's going to marry Michael in January. Otherwise, it would be a coincidence. If you're
Sure would.
So I think we could assume that Christy Robinson's getting married to Michael. Thank you for letting us know the stories behind the players, Susan. That's great.
You can see the pesky lane 18 on your top left hand of your screen. Clancy just went up and over the mogul there. Couldn't find the cup and drops a stroke there. Ansley now. It's a very difficult finishing lane, lane 18 on the left side of your screen.
I
You get a
think that
close-up of
was,
that?
in fact, well, I just wanted to see the top right now because I think, in fact, that's Susan's future daughter-in-law.
Oh, there it is, right there. I think you're right.
And Michael will be along shortly to. Michael's on.
You got to be two holes
lane
back.
he's on lane 8 at the moment, so we'll make sure we catch him on lane 15 for Susan.
The senior Ansley here finds himself left of the cup and not the great place outside the horseshoe. He's up and he's in for par. That is a great putt there from John Ansley to save a 2, and he ends up his first round there. Not the greatest round for John Ansley. He's going to be 36, but that's par for the course, really, if you think about it. Overall, not too bad.
Yeah, absolutely not too bad. And look at the scores in the bottom left. Faye Ansley started off round 2, hat trick of aces.
Isn't that crazy? Look at that.
Yeah.
Hey, Ansley already -2.
I mean, lane 1, you could definitely ace. But
Lane's too tough, though.
yeah.
Oh, unforced error there from our good friend James McCarthy. Leaves himself a spinner there around the cup. This to come back for par, or for his bogey, rather. And James will drop a stroke on lane 18. So that puts him in at 34.
So while we're
Really
walking around the
solid.
course and having a little bit of a break, I'm sure we'll be following another group soon enough. The flow of the day, okay? 2 rounds for all of the players here. Then the novices will be resorted in reverse leaderboard order after round 2, but the professionals won't be. The professionals will play round 3 in their same groupings. Then there'll be a lunch break, and then the professionals will be sorted in reverse leaderboard order. So at the end of round 3, Dave and I will have to look at the professional leaderboard, and that will tell us our groups for round 4 and 5.
Gotcha. Understood. As it wasn't difficult enough trying to figure out all the amateurs and the youth and the seniors, but we'll figure it out. We'll make it happen. Like right now, trying to figure out where we're at.
Yep, we're sticking with the same featured group. And so we're going to see some of the beginning lanes. So we're going to follow that same group around all 18 lanes here. So we're going to be following Scott Clancy, John Ansley, and James McCarthy around for all 18 lanes of their second round of the New Zealand Open. And towards the end of that first round, where we were watching James, he seemed to be putting very well. That save on lane 15, the ace on lane 17, and in fact, you can see his score. He's on a 34. He's second at the moment.
Place right now, yeah. And
But
our good friend
meanwhile,
Samuel Stevenson right behind too as well. That's Steven Samuelson. Sorry, folks.
Meanwhile, Faye Ansley, 5 aces out of 7.
Jeez.
Is that right?
Unbelievable. I think well, she's through 4.
She's through 5, and she's on 7.
Oh, you know what? I didn't update my scoring. I keep forgetting I have to update my scoring. There it is. My bad.
I'll tell you what, let me make...
I don't know if there's a way my scoring can update automatically or not. Back over here in the coverage on lane 1, you can see an ace from Matt Ansley on the first hole on his second round. James Goatley here. Another ace, back-to-back aces on lane, what I believe is to be lane 1. I could be incorrect on that.
Yeah, that's
like lane 1.
That's lane 1.
We're back on lane 1.
Michael, just for the benefit of Susan, is currently on lane 10, so maybe 10, 15 minutes or so, and then we'll watch him on lane 15, top right of our screen.
Right.
So the order in the groups should have rotated by 1 now. So if I've got that right, we should be watching John Ansley in a second on lane 1. We can see James McCarthy and his bucket hat there,
correct.
just about to start lane 1.
They do rotate that order.
If you're watching this at home, please do send in all of your comments, any questions that you have for our experts here. Martin Greenhead is commenting, saying, "Evening, chaps." Martin, if you're awake, you should be with us, lending your expert knowledge.
Did he just walk to the bathroom in the middle of the night? What is it? Martin, come on.
I don't know what he's
doing. Leaving us to fend for ourselves today. And if you are leaving a comment today, it better be funny and it better be questionable, because we need to provide some good entertainment here moving forward.
Yes, so please do. Anything you want to say, write it into Facebook, write it into YouTube. Anyone that you're cheering on, any comments you got for us, anything that you want, anything that you want to say, write it into Facebook or YouTube. We will read it out on the air. Martin Greenhead says, "Sorry, I'm just off to sleep. I'm gonna watch the whole live recording at a more suitable time." Wow. It's all right for some, I suppose.
It's all right. I got to get your agent, Martin. I got to get your agent. No problem. All good. We are here on the 9th annual big tournament here in New Zealand, the New Zealand Open. We are starting round number 2. Our featured group of Clancy, Ansley, and McCarthy about to get underway here on round 2 of this 8-round tournament. We'll have 5 rounds today, 3 rounds tomorrow, and a nice slumber of sleep afterwards, just to recoup ourselves. New Zealand, the final tournament on the World Adventure Golf Tour. My name's Dave Vida, and Andrew Edmonds is here, and sleepwalking somewhere is Martin Greenhead, taking his slumber. But we're all good here today.
Yeah, we won't mention Martin's name again. If he's not here, he doesn't deserve to be mentioned.
So is there a little bit of a break going on now? Is that what I'm just seeing the back of our good friend McCarthy? I don't know if they're taking a quick break. Maybe a bathroom break there for this grouping, our feature group here. Looks like they're getting ready to get underway here. Leaderboard looks really, really, really good so far after this first round. Patrick Hala is even par after 4. McCarthy to play next. Again, as you mentioned, the big news, Faye Ansley making a move there. Keeping it nice together. Cameron Cooper in his second round is through 1 under. Shot an even par 36 on his front 9. So I was having a little talk with Josh Mars before the tournament, and he mentioned that last year's winning score, I think, was pretty low. It was somewhere like -1 or -2, but now they're thinking it might be -8 or 9 this year. But we'll see if that's going to come to fruition as our good friend McCarthy slams one home. McCarthy now starts out with an ace in his second round. Scott Clancy now in the red hat and the blue shorts on the tee box on lane 1. Starts it on the right side. Again, takes it and hits it off the right railing. Not according to plan, but leaves himself with somewhat of a feasible second putt here. Clancy there will get his par. Leaves us with John Ansley next. John Ansley. Not sure where he went. Did he already putt? Did I miss it? It's a good possibility. All right. One of our youth players there, Noah Rhoda, in the gray flannel there on the tee box. On the right side of your screen, you can see lane 14. Next to play 14 should be Faye Ansley coming up in a little bit.
John Ansley should have been first in that group because the order's rotated by 1.
You're correct. That is absolutely, positively affirmative.
Let me just see if his score's registered. Yeah, his score is registered from lane 2, so looks like he's all doing good. Stephen Skinner says, Josh Mars is my Aussie brother. Good luck for Wales and Dragons Mini Golf Club. Good luck, I guess that means from Wales and Dragons Mini Golf Club. Mike Riegler says, hey from Austria with a winky face emoji. Hello, Mike Riegler. And Stephen Skinner again says, Josh Mars, I'm rooting for you, buddy. That's nice. Support there from, I was going to say across the pond, but you know what I mean. Support there from a different, for a
it's a
different
big pond
continent.
across.
Yeah.
Mike Riegler, I assume, related to Petra Riegler, who just won the
That's right.
Austria Open recently. So good for Petra Riegler. Very excited for her. More action on the way here from the New Zealand Open. The last tournament of the year here for the World Adventure Golf Tour. We're making the most of it. Andrew Edmonds, Dave Vida, a cast of pros, amateurs, young and old have congregated today in New Zealand, and we're glad you guys could be with us.
Tony Davis says, great commentary. Thank you very much, Tony. We're glad you're enjoying it. Not too loud tonight, Andrew. I don't know what that means. Maybe something to do with my microphone level. But anyway, glad you're enjoying it, Tony.
Back on lane 15.
Yes. So on lane 15 now.
That is Alison
Cornish. Yes. Yeah. Alison Cornish. Christian Harvey on the youth will also be on lane 14, and Angus Shaw from the seniors also will be on lane 14.
Lane 15 causing some havoc for some folks today. You can see you got to get it over that mogul, and if you play it right off the bank there on this whale-shaped hole, you can get it to the top level on your first putt. Alison experiencing what most will experience, and that is a second putt from down the slope, and she'll make in for a bogey and drop a stroke there. Not too bad there, Alison. Way to hang in there. Angus Shaw here, similar fate there. It's Grant Lincoln. Is it Lincoln Grant or Grant Lincoln? Do we have that one correct? On lane 1?
Good question.
Rochelle Swin. Just checking, folks. Just checking. Want to be as accurate as we possibly can. Rochelle here. Can't read her shirt, but I thought it said Nevada. But I couldn't quite get a close up of what the logo was. She just pushes her par putt there, pulls that to the left rather. Sinks it in for a bogey. Let's see if you can. I can't make out her shirt now. Not a good angle there. And one of our youth players right here. That's Noah.
Good attempt there, getting up the hill.
Good putt. I like that side. I like that style, using that side putter and pops it right in.
Oh, that's nice.
Right. Give us a smile, no problem. We like that.
Carl Cutshaw says, thank you for all the great adventure golf coverage this season. Yeah, absolutely welcome, Carl. Do spread the word if you like what we're doing. Share it with your friends. Try to bring people on board.
Yeah, we appreciate that. I've certainly got a lot of great feedback from a lot of people too as well that really appreciate our coverage. And there's not many options that you can go to for adventure golf, but we appreciate you choosing us.
Yeah, we're the best by default.
That's right.
So you get all the compliments.
Like
I seem to get all of the complaints. All the complaints.
Well, you're a little loud, Andrew. You're a little loud. Yeah. Let's keep it down. Oh dear. Oh boy.
Right, the roaming camera is roaming again. I was told we're going to be with James McCarthy again, but let's see where we land. Maybe not.
It's New Zealand potluck, folks. New Zealand potluck. I'm not sure which lane that is on the left side, but it looks difficult. and there's John Ansley. That is our
Okay.
featured group on round 2. John Ansley, James McCarthy, and Scott Clancy will be taking the tee box here. You can see this particular lane. You got the hazard right there in the middle. Got to bring it down on the right side. The ball will move right to left. Ambitious putt going off the back door. Unfortunately, with the brick there, ball to go a little to our right, players left. But a really, really great pace on that one for John Ansley. Good par there.
That was lane 5.
Okay.
I
McCarthy now in lane 5. Top left-hand section of the screen. Get a close-up. He's playing it on the left side of the hole and back up, and another ace for McCarthy. Continues to make a move, taking this one forward and fast on 5. Well done, McCarthy.
Yeah, he's doing well. 1 under par for his second round, 3 under par for the tournament.
And now this is Scott Clancy. He gets the different rebound. That ball really lost to the right there, our right, the player's left. They'll get a little bit of relief there from the bricks, the rebound, the measuring rod rather. And he'll have this tricky putt back uphill to save his par. Scott Clancy, lane 5. And in. Well done. Good pickup there. Nice cleanup. Over to lane 6, our featured group now. Another long lane. You can see that seems to be a feature here of a lot of the lanes on this particular course at the Golf Warehouse Lower Hutt. We are in New Zealand. This is lane 6. Ansley now. Trying to find an opening there between the moguls. Top left side of your screen. Takes the hop. Takes a back door. Again, perfect pacing there from John Ansley.
And Susan Shalaug, who was watching us earlier, her son now, Michael, will be on lane 15 imminently. So we'll keep our fingers crossed for you, Susan, and for your son, Michael. Before that, though, James McCarthy on lane 6.
McCarthy now taking a rebound. That's going up. Just slides to the right there. Leaves himself a great putt. Almost back-to-back aces for McCarthy. Now you got Michael Schlag on 15, right side of your screen. Takes the hump, brings it back up. Great pacing on that putt.
Look at that, up the hill. That's how
Nice
it's
job.
done. I tell you what, for a novice player to get up the hill, that's quite something special. We've seen, I mean, Matt Ansley, right, who's lost this tournament by just 1 stroke. He didn't get up that hill earlier. So for a
Struggled
novice
a little bit
player,
earlier, yep.
he did, really, didn't he, on lane 15? So for a novice player to get up the hill, very good indeed.
Under Broadhead right now, one of our team players, amateur division, wearing the black and gray sweatpants, coming down 15. He did not achieve the top tier. We have Clancy, though, on the left side of your screen, and he lips it out. Unforced error there by Clancy. Leaves himself with a longer putt back in. Clancy to drop a stroke. He does. On lane 6, over to 7 now, top left side of your screen. A little bit of trouble here for Broadhead on the right side on 15. Not sure what's happening, but does get some relief. He should be able to get relief from the right side, too, on that mogul. I'm not sure why people aren't taking that relief. Well played, though. Good creativity there. He'll drop a stroke, and this is lane 6. I believe it's 6 or 7. This is 7 now?
7, I think, yeah.
7 on the left side of your screen. Ansley now. Banks it to the right. Just slides it past the cup. Keeps it on that upper tier, which is great. Dog leg right to left using that break and the bounce on the rebound. Ansley there keeps the ball within a couple of feet. This for tap-in. James McCarthy now taking it some last-minute notes. Taking a look. Starts on the right side of the tee box. McCarthy going to play the rebound to the right. Gets it back up the slope towards the cup.
Oh,
I thought that was in.
good attempt, wasn't it? He's playing well at the moment. I tell you, he wants to go to that final. I've gone to obviously I've been at every final doing the coverage, and I've spoken to some of the players that have played there, in their first final, and you can just tell when they play one final, they want to play another one. The atmosphere there, the competitive nature, it's the ultimate for these adventure golf players. So once you got a taste of one final, you certainly do want to go back.
We really missed James McCarthy last year in Portugal.
Yeah.
I know that Cameron Cooper was there. Matt Ansley was representing New Zealand. This could be the year for McCarthy. We'll see. Lots of adventure golf left, obviously, but certainly in control of his putting today. McCarthy
Yep.
there, as you see Clancy cleaning up his par on lane 7. Go to lane 8 here. A lot of these lanes have a lot of length to them, not for the faint of heart. John Ansley first on the tee box, setting up on the center of your square there.
And meanwhile, I think the first group of professionals have just got onto lane 15. So that would have just been Paul O'Connor, and now we have former world number 1 Cameron Cooper.
Cameron Cooper just checking out the lane before he sets up his stance. Ansley with a tap in for 2 on 8. And Cooper now with a big swing on 15, gets it up. It just comes up a few rolls short of the cup for an ace, so he'll have a tap in there on 15. Really well done.
His second round's going better for sure. 3 under for his second round, 3 under for the tournament. So he's on a good trajectory.
Yeah. McCarthy for his cleanup there on 8. Now Faye Ansley, she's on the tee box on 15. Gets that one so close, and it's going to come all the way back down. A little bit defeated there from Faye. And an ace on 8 there from Clancy. Boy, did he need that one after lipping out on 7. Great ace comeback there for Clancy on 8. He'll pick that stroke up again that he just lost.
It's a shame for Faye because we know she started off, had an incredible start. Had 3 aces in a row. But she's on 2 under now in her second round, and it's going to be, she gets this in 1 under. So a little bit of a shame to start off with 3 aces in a row and then end up with 1 under, but not a bad round at all, 1 under. It's a good round, 1 under at this point. Got a good ace opportunity on 17 coming up, so could potentially get 2 under. 18's very risky here.
Lane 9 now for Ansley on the left. You got O'Connell now on the right. That's Fabian, actually, on 15 on the right side there. Fabian.
Fabian was 25th in the German Adventure Golf Masters. Great to see him here.
Yeah, really good. So a good par pickup there from McCarthy on the top left of your screen there on lane number 9. Now Clancy coming off an ace, coming off a bogey, then an ace, and let's see if he can capitalize with another ace. Let's see. Takes it off the back rebound. Does it have enough? This comes up a little bit short there. Good effort for Clancy. Scott with a tap in. I mean, Steedman now on 15, walking off there for bogey. This is Paul Kerrigan here. Paul Kerrigan with his putt for par there in the Puma shirt. More action on 15 going on as we head to number 10. This is a tricky lane for sure. This had a lot of drama. You got to get this ball completely up and then spin it around left to the cup. That's the left side of your lane there. That's coming back and leaves it a little bit short. Ansley will have this little bit of a knee knocker now left for his par. Does catch it right on the right side of the cup, and he gets his par. You do run the risk of letting this ball drop all the way back, but we got McCarthy now. James looking for an ace, and that comes all the way back to the, oh, dear. It comes all the way back, and I was just talking about that, too. That ball can come all the way, swings down. There is a swale there, and that swale sometimes catches the ball and sends it all the way back. No penalty now to re-tee, but this is going to be McCarthy on his second putt now off the left side. Takes the rebound, plays it a little bit more cautiously, and he ends up there with about a 3-footer left for a bogey. If he can find the cup, and he does, and a drop stroke there for McCarthy on 10. This is Scott Clancy now. Bogey, ace, and then a par, and this to go back-to-back aces there almost finds another ace there, but Clancy with this tap in as we see more action on 15. Josh Mars.
Josh is doing well, especially for someone out of country. Even par first round, 1 under for second round. Very solid. Gives him definitely something to work with in the early stages of this tournament. The chat on Facebook and YouTube has gone a little bit quiet, so I'm going to put a question to some people. Someone on Instagram was asking this to me today. If you're an adventure golf player, what's the maximum number of hours would you say you've practiced on any one course? If you had to give us a rough estimation. So any adventure golf players watching, write in and let us know what course do you think you've practiced the most on, and how many hours would you estimate, or days or months, whatever, would you estimate you've practiced on that course? If you're not a player, if you're a fan, let us know what your favorite course to watch is. So any players, what's the most you've practiced, and any people who aren't players, let us know what your favorite course is. Carl Cotshaw has written in saying Fabian has played competitions in the US as well. He played the 2022 US Open in Mossy Creek Mini Golf and has also played some other tournaments in the US. So great to hear. We've got a well-established international player here with Fabian.
Patrick Hala on 15 now. Does he have enough? No, he doesn't have enough to get it up there. The second tier is going to pose a problem for a lot of players today. You really have to have the right force off the tee box, and you have to have the right angle there. 20 centimeters relief there from the brick on the railing. As you're watching lane 11 on your top left side of the screen, you got Patrick Hala on 15 on the right side of your screen. Clancy there getting the measuring rod out. As Hala now, does he play the back door? He does. Does it make it? It does. The great par pickup and save there for Hala. Clancy again with another unforced error. He lips the cup there on 11, and he'll drop a stroke. So he's teeter-totter. He seesaw back and forth. Lane 12 now. The three-tiered lane. This is a dog leg right to left, and you really have to be careful to make sure you get this particular ball to that third tier there. And you got to watch those railings. They absolutely come into play here.
Oh, dear me.
Boy, that was just so close. Look at it. He knows how good of a putt that was.
Yeah.
John Ansley almost aces lane 12.
It's a really tricky lane to ace as well.
Really tough. Has to be the perfect rebound off the side there on the right. McCarthy now, James McCarthy. Lane 12 takes the rebound. Double bounce. Almost into as well. Well played speed wise. And it's so tough there, Andrew, to judge the speed on that putt.
Yeah.
Good little tap in there for McCarthy. Doesn't drop a stroke there, so he stays right where he's at in the lead, 24 under now. Clancy leaving himself these little testers. He's certainly not a fan favorite of these cups today. Let's see if he can find the bottom. He does. Saves his par. Really needed that one, Clancy.
I like that. That's a good way to say that they're leaving putts short and not they're not favouring the cups today. Yeah. We've had some
We got
answers in. Grumpy Old Warhorse Todd says Mossy Creek. He's practiced for 5 days. What's the total over many years do you think you've practiced on one single course? Stephen Skinner says he plays the Crazies, the World Crazy Golf Championship at Hastings 5 days every year. So how many years is that? Add that all up.
A lot of practice.
There's a lot of practice. Tobias Ramkse, I really hope I'm saying your last name at least close to how it's meant to say. He only practiced Fidamore for 2 days, but as we know, Tobias came second after a thrilling playoff. So very good for 2 days to practice. I think we put that down to natural talent. He did say that Matteo Sporle did show him how to play the course.
Ansley gets it on the top tier there on 15 this time.
Yeah.
It's a little retribution there. And you just saw the other Ansley senior on the left side of your screen grab a par on lane 13. Ansley on 15 grabs his par. McCarthy leaves himself a 2-footer here for his par on 13. I think that ball went off the course there.
Yeah.
James Goatley just went a little bit ambitious over the end there. So he'll get relief 20 centimeters and no penalty to come back in, but this is no favorite there.
There.
Oh,
He's up and down. No, he isn't.
I thought that was coming all the way back for sure.
For sure, yeah.
Oh, it's definitely just pulled that one a little left there for Goatley, and he's got this tester coming back for his bogey, and he does it again. Back-to-back lip outs on 15. Goatley now with a tap, and he'll have to 2 strokes drop there on 15, and that's just how costly this lane can be today. Some of the drama already being seen, and we're only in the second round here of the New Zealand Open.
If there's one thing you can count on for the New Zealand Open, it always brings the drama.
Lane 14, a little bit of a bank shot, just slides it by the cup there. You can see those 2 mounds that come into play that are hazards that guard the cup there. Definitely put a new trajectory and a different angle on things. John Ansley to pick up his par on 14. Well done.
Now it's an ace there for James McCarthy, so he'll be 1 under for this round after being 2 under the first round, so 3 under for the tournament.
Not too much emotion there for McCarthy, just like business as usual, right?
Yeah, really. Yeah. Well, you know what?
Stand-
Perhaps he knows lane 15 is coming, and you don't want to. You know what I mean? Sometimes
That's
you
what
don't
it
want
is.
to throw your emotions out of calibration. You just kind of want to sometimes just stay
Stay in your lane.
focused. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Your right side of your screen now, and soon to be on your left. You're going to see all the action on 2 different cameras here on lane 15. You're going to have a really, really good look at things. This is really one of my favorite lanes. I really do enjoy this, not only commentating it, but even playing this lane would be a lot of fun. Really has to be a perfect setup here. Ansley now on the right side of the tee box on lane 15. John Ansley, 27 right now, 29 for his second round. He shoots it down the lane. Look at this.
Lovely.
It's up. Oh, boy, that waved at the cup going by, didn't it?
Oh, but you
Really
have to
did.
be. I think you have to be happy with that. If that was me, I'd be delighted with that.
That is more than textbook. I would take that
Yeah,
every
definitely.
single day, and I'd take it twice on Sunday. That's for sure.
Well, these professional players will be hoping they could do it 3 times on Sunday because it's £5
Three
today.
times. That's right. 3 times.
3 tomorrow.
All right, we got McCarthy, James McCarthy, right side of the tee box on 15. He sends it down.
Ooh.
It sends up. Just kind of walks itself around the rail there, but it does stop, and it does find a good spot. And we get some relief there from the rail. The regulation rod, 20 centimeters. Now, this is the same putt that Clancy just had a short time ago that caused him some problems. Or not Clancy, but it was one of our other pros just a short time ago. I believe it was Goatley. Goatley had a problem there rimming that cup, but it's like McCarthy handles that. And this is going to be a problem. That is Clancy, and he is off the course. You can see where John Ansley is marking where he went out, and he'll get some relief there. No penalty stroke to come back in. That is the unique rules here in the World Adventure Golf Tour. So this will be for a 2, and this is his par putt. Scott Clancy going back up on 15. Not an easy putt. Most left it left. He sends it to the right. Good effort there, but this to drop 1 stroke now on 15.
Yeah, I can understand why he didn't, but I think now you could afford to be just a little bit firmer with the ball, right? We'll see what the best players do. Sometimes they play a front door with a back door option, and I think that could have been available there. But still, not too bad at all.
Nope, not bad at all. So what would I consider one of the more difficult holes on lane 15? Now we get to lane 16. And 16 is no bargain by any stretch.
No. There's big risk here. 16 and 18 both have big risks associated with them.
Oh, what a fantastic putt there. Did you see the aggressive line that John Ansley took there on 16? Right down the chute, and it leaves himself with a direct line of sight and a tap in for par on 16 for Ansley. McCarthy now in the lead. Top of the leaderboard, sends it down and just over. Well played. Puts himself between the 2 moguls right there in the middle, exactly where you'd like to be. Not always easy to execute. He takes his par off 16. Now Scott Clancy, he's been up and down having all kinds of problems today. He sends it down the left side, takes it over, and that's a really good lead.
Good leave, yeah.
Well played for Clancy.
I'll ask the people in the chat another question for both fans and players. where would you like to see the World Adventure Golf Tour go to that we haven't been to yet? Any courses or destinations that you'd like to see on the tour? Share us your wish list. Where would you like to see on the tour that we haven't had a stop at yet? Calendar for the 2026 season, 2027 season will be announced in January. Any places or courses that you're particularly looking out for? Let us know in the chat, both Facebook and YouTube. Meanwhile,
How about
John
Antarctica?
Ansley.
Antarctica. How about that? Is there a course in Antarctica we can play? John Ansley aced it on the first round and almost aces it on the second round. Really great play there from John Ansley on 17.
It's
He's holding
definite
steady.
ace chance. A lot of the top professionals are definitely be looking for an ace on 17. It's definitely there for the taking.
Good
See
look.
if James McCarthy can do it.
Good look at the undulation there. It's got to stay up, but it does. That's also just picture perfect, just like John Ansley, McCarthy with a tap in par. You really see the undulation here on this particular lane. It comes down the slope, and you can see where the hazard is there with the rock. I haven't seen too many players down there yet. Clancy now with an ambitious putt.
Could be good.
And in.
Lovely.
It's just what he needed. To find the ace in the bottom of the cup there for Clancy. Needed that after giving up a couple strokes earlier. And now the perfect finishing lane. Lane 18.
I know I've said it a lot of times, but I always love when lane 17 or lane 18, there's a lot of potential for drama on a course. Great course design, great drama.
Lane 18,
Both.
you can see it swales around from the left to the right here.
Both the 2024 and 2023 tournaments came down to a lane 18 shootout. One of the most dramatic finishes in all of adventure golf and one of the most dramatic lanes in all of adventure golf. And this is why if you need a 2 and you're in this position, good luck.
This is such a difficult putt because there's just no room for a backswing. And then you don't know what kind of roll you're going to get off the burn there. You see the horseshoe burn, and then you see the cup in the center. This is an easy hold the lip out.
Yeah, we'll just miss a couple together. We've seen that happen a lot. Oh, lovely.
Well done by John Ansley to finish his round at 37 for his score. And that leaves him through 18 and his second round. So well done there. 1 over par for 2 rounds there for John Ansley. Very respectable. McCarthy with a good leave here on 18. 3-footer back up and in for his par. And he does that. And he shoots 1 under. So 2 under and 1 under for McCarthy. That leaves him at -3 for the tournament. Well done. Now Clancy coming off that ace. This looks very serviceable here. You would think it's just straight up and in. But I tell you what, you have to get that line absolutely perfect. That speed could easily lip out that cup. Fancy now for par. Boy, didn't even blow it hard enough. You just gotta hit. Oh, that's the problem right there.
That's it. Yeah, that's absolutely it, isn't it? That's where the drama comes in.
Such an intimidating second putt that he didn't want to end up there on his second putt, but he ends up there on his third putt. And he'll double bogey 18. Not a great finisher there for Clancy. He's going to end up at 37.
So that's our featured group for the second round, completing the second round. Looking at the overall leaderboard, the top 3 names, the names at the top are what you might have predicted before this tournament. Cameron Cooper, former world #1. He's currently at the top of the leaderboard, followed by James McCarthy and Matt Ansley. Stephen Samuelson, Patrick Holler, and Josh Mars. Scott Clancy also are still very close at this stage of the tournament, so still all to play for. Josh Mars playing very consistently at the moment. 2 rounds of even par. Cameron Cooper 2 under after his 2 rounds. So scores still very tight at the top of the leaderboard, but at the moment, top 3 names are Cameron Cooper, James McCarthy, and Matt Ansley.
Not a real surprise there, got to be honest. I expected to see those 3 names somewhere in the top 5 or at least the top 10, and they're certainly not disappointing. That's for sure. Steven Samuelson, not too far back. Patrick Hala and Josh Mars, our good friend that kept us company in the Austrian Open, the Austrian Masters, rather. He was certainly there by our side. John Ansley hanging in there along with Scott Clancy and James Goatley, rounding out our top 10 leaderboard.
Yeah, scores are very, very tight, though, at the top. So even though it's potentially the 3 names that you might have expected at the top, still a lot of people right there in contention at the moment, including John Ansley, Josh Mars, as you said, all chasing at the moment and only a few strokes behind. So still all to play for. Once again, as a reminder, the novice players now are finishing their second round and they'll be reordered in reverse leaderboard order after the second round. The professionals, however, will go straight on while that's happening to their third round.
That was Michelle Swin. And this is our good friend, Noah Rhoda.
Tobias has sent in one hope for a potential World Adventure Golf Tour destination. Dinosaur Adventure Golf, and he's given the full address, so I won't read it all out, but it is in Canada.
Oh, really?
Tobias, why would you like us to go to Dinosaur Adventure Golf? Is it a course that you've been to before? Let us know.
Canada would be a great stop on the WAGT, wouldn't it?
For sure.
That would be good. Mexico, perhaps another.
Yeah, absolutely.
Would be another good stop.
Have you seen what movies do whenever they go in Mexico? They put this orange filter over everything. Everything looks really orange. We'll do that on our coverage.
Lane 18 is the top left-hand section of your screen as our amateurs are finishing here their second round tournament. There's a really good picture right there of our leaderboard. Cooper, McCarthy, and Ansley, the top 3. Samuelson, Mars, Hala, Ansley again there in 7th place. Not too far behind. I think you summed it up pretty well, Andrew, when you mentioned that it's kind of a bunching right now at the top of the leaderboard. It's really nobody's taken a definitive lead or has certainly put the pedal to the metal yet. But it's certainly a marathon, this particular tournament, with 8 rounds, 5 being today and 3 being tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. This is Valerie Bradshaw.
It will be interesting to see what the results are like after the 5th round, because obviously that'll be then on all of the players' minds as they have their overnight rest. So at the moment, scores are quite tight, but yeah, it'd be interesting to see at the end of the 5th round, where is everyone? Good 2 there.
Christy Robinson, well done on the par. Andrew Kerr on the tee box. Andrew left himself in a precarious position there. I'm not sure if this is a putt that's very well practiced. Does not have line of sight here, so I think he's got to play it off the back. Does it in? That's some good creativeness, and I would tip the cap on that one too, Andrew. Well done for par there on 18 for Andrew Kerr to round out his second round in the amateur division. All right. Still waiting on action on all of our screens so far. Got Dave Vida and Andrew Edmonds here. A little bit of a break in the action at the New Zealand Open. Kind of a busy schedule and busy practicing for all of our players today. They checked in earlier today here in New Zealand at 9 o'clock, and they had the warm-ups. 9:45 was their player briefings, and all the groupings were made. And shortly after 10 o'clock, we had our tee-off of our first group in all the categories. A little bit later on will be prize giving for the amateurs and a lunch break, and then they'll have around 4 and 5 tee-off a bit later too as well. We should round the day probably around 4 or 5 p.m. New Zealand time. And we're happy to have you out. The World Adventure Golf Tour, founded to give players access to a worldwide ranking system at a tour final event that features the best players from around the world and a large money prize pot. No additional charge for the players either. The tour consists of events from International Adventure Mini Golf Federation, each one a qualifier for the top players to take part in the prestigious WAGT finals over 2 days, May of next year. And that's what the players are playing for today. Cameron Cooper, Matt Ansley, McCarthy, and a whole slew of others want to make it to the finals, which is in Gloucester in the UK at Aces Mini Golf next spring. Certainly a fantastic way to end the season and to start brand new in the spring.
That's right. And what I can say about the final, this is our third year now of the WMF World Adventure Golf Tour. Watching the tournaments from this year, the competitive nature of all the players, I think, have ramped up. You see so many players now who really, really want to make that final. More and more players traveling overseas. So I think it's going to be a very, very competitive final at the end of this season, like you say, in Gloucester. Of course, before that, though, there's one more automatic qualification to hand out to one of these players here. But that seems to be the trend as far as I've seen it. The competitive nature of the players increasing, players really fighting to punch their ticket into the final. You look at some players like Rick Baird traveling to the UK and Portugal this year to try and earn those points, and of course finishing in third in Portugal. Players from the UK visiting the Austrian Adventure Golf Masters this year for the first time. So expect it to be a highly competitive final event.
Yeah, it's really a great culmination of the entire year. Everybody really loves to make finals. And I tell you what makes it so great. Now I've been a part of a couple of final events. It's really the camaraderie and the people that you meet. For me, it was obviously experiencing different cultures and different areas, but to really be able to meet some great, fantastic people that you normally wouldn't meet, and you make some great connections around the world. I know that, Andrew, I certainly wouldn't have met you or be a part of this broadcast if it wasn't for the World Adventure Golf Tour or the World Mini Golf Federation. So I owe a lot to that, and this is kind of my way of giving back. That's for sure to expand the width of adventure golf, and hopefully someday that it really becomes something even greater than it is today.
Yeah, it's a good point you mentioned in terms of the camaraderie. I think another impact that we're starting to see over the years, when you have the best players from all around the world meet in one place for 2 days of intense competition, they're all sharing training tips with each other, talking about the technicalities, talking about the types of mini golf balls they use. I think that knowledge sharing as well is increasing the amount of top competitive players around the world, because they're all learning from each other and they're all sharing their knowledge, which is great to see as well. So the knowledge is being shared. I think the standard is increasing and the amount of competitive players that are increasing as well. So yeah, it's a great time to have all of the top players in one location congregate and talk about what they've learned and share their knowledge and their experiences from different places around the world.
Yeah, there's so much to gain from that. And when countries can come together and different cultures come together, it is magical. I'll never forget our dinner at Portugal, where we all sat there after the tournament and just shared thoughts, ideas, a couple of adult beverages, and and uh, and really got to know one another. And it's just so enlightening, and it's just a breath of fresh air when you can have that kind of experience. It's really difficult to explain and until you're in that scenario. So this brings up a good point. Anybody who's listening around the world in different countries, find a local place that you can practice and play adventure golf, and maybe start a league in your own area if there's not one already there. And who knows, someday soon, maybe you can be at the finals here in New Zealand competing for the World Adventure Golf Tour finals. It can happen. It can happen to anyone. And this is Allison Cornish here, finishing up her second round, 15.
Yeah, and I can say as well, you speak about that dinner, there will be in the final for this season another official WMF World Adventure Golf Tour after party after the last day of the final. That's on Saturday this year. So another chance for the opportunities, another chance for the players to gather in an informal setting. We're not going to be live streaming that. So if you want to make it to the after party, you've either got to qualify for the final or be a supporter of someone who has.
It's not a bad idea, though, Andrew. Live streaming the after party. You're coming up with some new creative ideas, and I appreciate that more than you know.
But the problem is, I don't want to commentate on it. I want to be in the thick of the action.
I understand. I understand completely. I share that sentiment. I really do. The amateurs are finishing up their second round, and as mentioned, oh boy, that was a precarious second putt there, and that was I'm not sure who that was. Was that Aaron Tepler? No, I'm not sure if that was. That's Alan Swin. Yeah, that was Alan Swin in the blue shoes. Alan couldn't get that ball back up to that second tier on his second putt and will settle for double bogey. And this is a putt we haven't seen yet from one of our youth players, Hamish Kerr. Hamish could not get it over the first mogul, and that sends him all the way back. But this one, all right. Played a couple of rebound putts there. This now for a bogey. Has to send it back up the hill. That's up. It just comes up short. Double bogey there for Hamish. And this is get this one out. Is that Michael Schluck? Can't tell. Offhand.
In terms of the professionals' third round, not so much huge movement. Matt Ansley, 2 under after 10. Cameron Cooper, 1 under after 11. James McCarthy, even after 4. Stephen Samuelson, 1 under after 7, as is Patrick Holler. Josh Mars, even after 7. So no big moves yet, and we've still got that tight bunching at the top of the leaderboard. Unfortunately for Faye Ansley, she is 4 over after 11.
Yeah, that was a tough one. It's tough right now for Faye. Got to hang tight, though. It's again, As we said this earlier, this is a large tournament. It goes by very quickly, but there are a lot of rounds. 8 rounds is a lot to stay consistent at in adventure golf. You don't see a lot of championships that are 8 rounds. However, this New Zealand Open definitely puts players to the test. And it's really a good stage to earn entry to the finals here in Gloucester next year. So, that being said, even though Faye may not be exactly where she is now, wants to be, she has to just stay focused and be patient because it is a long term. Patience
Yeah,
is
you mentioned consistency, and I think that's really the key word on this course because you've got, say, 3 or 4 lanes where you'll be wanting an ace, a definite ace chance. But really, so many of the lanes, you have to stay focused and you have to stay consistent. Otherwise, you're going to find danger. What we're seeing so far from the top players, say the top 10 or so in the leaderboard, they have found that consistency so far, halfway through their 3rd round. So scores are very tight at the top of the leaderboard. But yeah, I think consistency for our professional players, absolutely the key word on this course here. Because it's not one of those courses that gives you ace opportunity after ace opportunity. It's one of those where you got to buckle down. Sure, try and get the aces when they come, but really avoid big danger.
Yeah, some of the aces too are by happenstance. In other words, it's not a straight putt. It's something that rebounds and takes a roll off one of the burns or one of the moguls, and ends up catching the right angle and goes in. So, some people could say that maybe it's a little bit luck when you get an ace in this particular scenario. You know, a lot of these lanes are very challenging and very long and present a great deal of difficulty. However, the aces are dropping nonetheless.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. The way I hear top professionals talk about it quite a lot of the time, that's lucky to go in there. I think that's for,
yeah.
I think that was for a 4. Yeah, the way I hear professionals talk about it a lot of times is they classify lanes as saying, oh, this is a 80% ace chance or 60% ace chance, you know, when rebounds come into it. So they look at their scorecard and think, oh, I should get 4 or 5 aces out of 8, 6 or 7 aces out of 8. And I think that's how they try to approach it, rather than saying, okay, I'm going to get an ace every time. Except that there's a little bit of luck that can come down to it, especially with some of the rebounds, and just say,
Yeah.
by playing my stroke, I'm going to get this 4 or 5 times in the tournament. There's a good second shot there on lane 1.
Angus Shaw did very good there. That's 18, I think, right? 18
Lane
on the left.
18, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, no worries. And then you have Nikki Shaw over here on the right, experiencing what many have experienced before, the difficulty trying to get to that second tier on 15. This will be for bogey. Plays it off the back and definitely a little bit more aggressive there. So Christian Harvey finishes his lane there on 18, along with Angus Shaw and Allison. Allison Cornish now for her par putt on 18, and well done there for Allison.
Tobias has just asked, is the after party on Sunday? No, it'll be on Saturday. There'll be details in the invitation letter that's shared early January. Because the final this year is played over Friday and Saturday.
Alan Swin now, left side of your screen. A little ambitious, but he gets away with it and to tap into for bogey for Alan to end up his second round.
And our first group of professionals now on round 3 have made their way to lane 15. So we'll be watching because the groups have rotated twice now. Cameron Cooper first on lane 15. Cameron Cooper currently
4 under.
4 under for his third round. So actually, this could be the start of a move here from Cameron Cooper. Oh,
Oh my God. Could that be any closer? Look at him. He knows it. He's like, that just went right over the cup. It was just a little too ambitious of a putt from the start, but man, I will take that one every single time. Well done there for Cameron. A little bit of a tester with some fall foliage getting in his way. And that's a great par putt. Almost had our first ace on 15, just missed it, but Cameron is right in the thick of things and knows what he has to do. So
yeah,
he's at
really done
26
well.
now.
Really done well in his third round. And in fact, Cameron Cooper, Matt Ansley just starting to nudge themselves away from the competition. Great shot there, yeah, from Faye Ansley.
This is really fantastic. Really enjoying the playing that these competitors are putting together. Quite a good show here in New Zealand. And this is going to be Paul O'Connell now on 15. He gets to the second tier. It's all right. There's no harm done there.
Don't think we've seen anyone yet go up and down on the first stroke from the back. That was certainly close.
Yeah. Well done, though. Any word on a third featured group today? Anything that you heard in the grapevine there, Andrew?
So what I've heard is that a couple of the novice players are having some issues with their live scoring app.
Okay.
So what we've got at the moment in terms of the local production staff on the course is they're also making sure that the players are getting their live scoring in on a good time. So that's happening at the moment. But once the novice players finish their third round, then for rounds 4 to 8, we'll be constantly following the pro players.
Understood.
And they should be okay with their live scoring. The novice players, Hunter Broadhead, Michael Shalaug, and Nicky Shaw, are just about to. Oh,
is that an ace?
Yeah, great shot there.
Wow, good shot, Hunter Broadhead.
So they're just about to finish their third round, and then they will be reordered. You can see the professional players are currently playing their. Sorry. The novice players are just finishing their second round, as the professional players are playing their third round. After the second round, the novice players will be reordered for their final round because novice players play 3 rounds, and the professional players, they'll be reordered after their third round. So reordering happening after round 2 for the novices and after round 3 for the professionals.
Nicky Shaw almost gets away with a par there, but just lifts the cup at the last second. So 18 finds another victim with a bogey. Now we have coming to the tee box. I think you just mentioned that our first group ending their third round is going to be Ansley, O'Connell, and Cooper. Cameron Cooper there you can see on the tee box in the top left-hand section of your screen. Cameron Cooper, very consistent with his pre-shot routine. He'll walk down each and every green and take a look to see if there's any any impediments. And I do the same thing in my approach too as well. Certain times, depending on the course layout, the bricks around the circumference of the lane may be a little bit loose, and you want to make sure that they're actually taken care of and in place so you can get the proper rebound. Sometimes leaves will fall, as we saw in the Austrian Masters last week. Cameron now, left side of the tee box, plays it over. Now look at this. Oh, that thing just lost its speed, fast. He cranked that too. I thought that was hit and stroked very well. Cooper for par, 18, third round. Boom. Brings it home. Well done there for Cameron Cooper. That gives Cameron Cooper now 34, 2 under par for that round. Or is that, no, that's 32. 32, that's 4 under. Well done. Good putt there from Faye Ansley. Faye there. She's got a tap-in putt. Well done, Faye, on your round there. Nice job. Just 2 over for her third round. And this is going to be Paul O'Connell now. 18 left side of your screen. Plays the rebound. Gets it over. Gets it to the cup. Has it got enough to get in? It just skids to the right. What a brilliant, brilliant approach there from O'Connell. And he'll have a tap in for par to finish his third round. O'Connell definitely dropped some strokes there, but coming off a 44 and a 47, but this one was for a 39, so definitely moving in the right direction. Certainly not out of it with 5 more rounds to go. See more action now on the tee box on 15. That's on the right side of your screen. The pacing's a little bit off, as some groups will play a little bit slower and some players will play a little bit faster. So obviously the first group out, Faye Ansley, Paul O'Connell, and Cameron Cooper, they wasted no time. As we see 15, this is Emmy Steedman on the right side of your screen, left side of the tee box. Sends it down, up and over. This is just short. Does not make it up that lane. And that's actually stopped on top of the mogul. I don't think I've ever seen that. That is unbelievable. If there is an award in the Guinness Book of World Records, that should go right there to Emmy Steedman for having the ball stop on the top of the mogul. Never have seen that before. I'm not so sure she's seen it before. That's just a fantastic putt. So here's the play on this, is that you don't get any type of relief, but you definitely want to play a backdoor approach. I don't know if she has line of sight, because that ball's going to go from the right to the left up the slope. Best thing to do is probably play it just left of the cup and have it come right back in off the rebound. I think she got a little bit of help there. And let's see. Plays it left, coming back. Oh, boy, was that played almost perfectly. Emmy Steedman with a great attempt at a par. Just slides it a little left on the rebound. And that's going to be a bogey putt. She'll drop 1 stroke there.
Susan says, is this course located in Wellington? Yeah, it's in Lower Hutt in Wellington.
Great putt there by Paul Kerrigan, wearing the Puma shirt. Paul gets it to the second level, and he'll drop his in for par. Well done. And Fabian now, Archie, wearing the green and the white and the black. He sends it aggressively down and up. Back shot. almost in. So difficult to get an ace, but we've seen so many close shots too as well today. Really, really is a great camera angle here on 15. And a par drop in there for Fabian. Next group on 15, you're going to see Patrick Holla, Josh Mars, and Steven Samuelson. Just try and stop me. Just try and stop. You can see Josh Mars in the background there in the white hat, right through the foliage and landscaping. Trying to tee off there on 14. Josh Mars was kind enough to. Josh is definitely a fan of adventure golf. There's no question. You could tell by the way he communicates about it, the way he reaches out to people. I mean, he was in communication with us for a very long time too, before the tournament, helping us to do some of our research. So very appreciative to Josh Mars for helping us out. It's not something he has to do, but again, part of the camaraderie of the people and the pros that you find out here on the tour.
So the amateur group is teeing off the third round now based on reverse leaderboard order, and the youth are finished. So let's take a look at the youth scores.
By the way, that was Samuelson right there. Almost online and tracking for an ace. Yeah, let's take a look at the youth scores.
So in first place in the youth, Hamish Kerr. We saw some good shots from Hamish today. Then Noah Rodder and Christian Harvey. Congratulations to all of the youth players that took part. And definitely some scores there and some shots to be proud of.
Certainly important that the youth do embrace adventure golf. If the goal is to really expand and extend the sport worldwide as much as possible, and having our youth. Oh boy, sorry about that. Was an ace there from Patrick Holla. Almost had to holla at Holla for an ace. But our youth is so important to embrace and make sure that they have a good, solid understanding and a good ability from the very start and early on to help us grow adventure golf to new heights. Josh Mars now. Talked about him a short time ago. He's going to send it around the rail there. Leaves himself just a 2-footer there for his tap in for his par. And
you see there, Hamish with 3 aces in his second round. I mean, some of our professionals would be happy with 3 aces in one round.
I'd be happy with 2 aces.
Got a guest joining us.
Oh, all right. Fair enough.
Hello, Cameron.
Hello.
Hey, Hello. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Just coming off of a 4-under round, your third round. How are you feeling?
A lot better now. The first round was a little bit nervy and a little bit yippy, as you would say.
Yeah.
A couple of average putts, but the last couple of rounds sort of settled in nicely. So good to get a good score on the board.
Cameron, it's Dave Vida. Good to talk to you and good to watch you. I know that you and I shared some time on the course together too in the finals. How's the weather out there in terms of what you're experiencing? Is that coming to play at all?
It's not at the moment. Yesterday was a lot windier, and you could sometimes see the ball wiggle on the tee just before you hit it. Today it's just a slight breeze and a bit overcast, so it's actually quite nice conditions to play in at the moment.
Just a quick follow-up before Andrew jumps back in. Even par, 2 under, 4 under. You're trending in the right direction. What's your plan now moving forward? Do you have a kind of a plan of attack, or do you see yourself with a certain score you're trying to get to?
I think now, like I say, being settled in a little bit better. I think sort of aiming for that sort of 33 is probably a good a good score to keep it sort of ticking over. There's a lot of good players out there who've been shooting good scores this week. I know Matt had a pretty good round that last round as well. So
Did.
it's it'll be pretty tight when we get finished. I think we're just going to focus on executing the shots that I've got and just see what happens from there. Really.
Yeah, Matt was a little off his game the first round, but came back strongly with a low shot of the day, low score of 31 in his round 2. So, Andrew, what you got?
Yeah, and actually, I'm not sure if you've heard, Cameron, but Matt just got an ace on lane 15. So
Oh, I just missed it.
finishing strong on 3 under for his round at the moment.
The
Yeah, it's
a new ace heard around the world on 15.
yeah,
Literally.
quite possibly. Yeah, things were very, very tight at the top of the leaderboard, but it looks like over the course of round 3, you and Matt just creating some distance there at the top. Dave and I were talking about earlier this course. We think it's sort of a test of consistency. You know, there's a few ace chances out there, but really it's about staying consistent and avoiding the danger. How are you approaching a course like this? Does that sort of sound true to you?
Yeah, definitely with this course. Like I said, there's few ace chances. There are a few holes now that we've sort of worked out new lines for, but they're still very hit and miss when it comes to executing. And over the last couple of years, we have noticed that around the holes, there's a little that sort of volcanoing where obviously people have stepped and there's little rises. So,
Yeah.
you can't really guarantee something if it's on a perfect line, but it's. I think as we go through it, it'll even itself out a little bit in terms of the execution on those holes.
Wow.
Interesting to hear you say that the strategy's evolved a little bit since last year. Can you talk about what in particular has changed since last year?
There's just been, I think, just over the last week or so, we've just sort of tweaked a few tee shots and a few holes that we can sort of attack a little bit more. There's definitely chances now for lane 2. We tweaked the tee shot. I know Faye actually aced it in that 3rd round. So
Yeah.
we've got that one off the board. So yeah, it's just been little tweaks and little tactics. But it's definitely, it's still very much the same as last year, just subtle tweaks.
Yeah, I think Faye, in fact, started off with a hat trick in, was it round
Yes.
3? Yeah.
Yeah. Crazy.
Round 2, yeah.
Watching McCarthy now on lane 15. He gets to the 2nd tier and he'll have a tap in for his par. So you guys are all kind of clumped up there. Ansley, Cooper, Holla, McCarthy, Samuelson, the usual suspects, I guess. Is that right?
Yeah. We did make comment earlier in the week that if we probably feel that going into tomorrow, there's probably going to be about 5 or 6 guys within maybe 2 or 3 shots max for those final 3 rounds. So again, it's all about executing and not making silly mistakes, and see who comes out from there.
Always fun to watch. You putt, and appreciate you taking a couple moments out too in the middle of your rounds here to tell us how it is out there. Cameron Cooper, good luck to you, and I'm sure you'll do very well today.
Awesome, thanks guys.
Yeah, good luck and enjoy your lunch. We'll be watching you next on rounds 4 and 5.
Oh, awesome, thank you.
See ya. Bye.
All right, see you later.
It's always fun to have the players on the microphone too as well. It always gives a unique perspective. Sometimes that you and I can't always offer just being on the microphone. So that's always fun to see that.
Yes, interesting. We heard that the weather isn't having too much of an impact so far. It looked maybe the foliage is. John's struggling there.
Clearly the landscaping is attacking as we speak.
Maybe more so than the weather.
So you said Matt Ansley had an ace on 15. Of course, I missed it because I wasn't watching.
Yeah. We'll have to go back and watch it. It's just as Cameron was joining the call though, so we were a bit distracted. But we'll get that on the action replay. So the weather not having much of an impact. It did look windier earlier, but I suppose looking now, it has died down a little bit. Some new lines that they've discovered in the last week of practice on their first stroke. So we'll look out for that as well. And also the prediction there from Cameron that overnight, he said, I think it was 5 or 6 people might be within 2 or 3 strokes of each other. So that'd be an interesting one to keep our eye out for as well.
Prediction, that's for sure. But, you know, these guys play this course a lot, and they've had a lot of experience here. They've played previous tournaments here. Who would know better than them on how things are shaping up? And, you know, it's going to be interesting, too, for guys like Cameron Cooper, if he's not in the lead or if things get away from him, what type of tactic will he take to try to get back into it? I know it was an issue last year for James McCarthy where he couldn't pull the rabbit out of his hat, but he's clearly centered right now where he needs to be. So it'll be kind of interesting, just the analysis or the analytical nature of the competition on where it stands and how it could end up. It's always very unique.
And the roaming camera now is going to be following the top novice group. So remember, the novices play 3 rounds, so this is their final round. And they've been resorted in reverse leaderboard order. So we'll be watching the novices starting on lane 3 while the professionals have their lunch. And then we will be following the top novice players around for their final round of this tournament, round 3 for the novice players.
Andrew, is that on Band Golf? They can follow that?
Yes, so the best way to do that on Bang Golf, I think you have to look. They don't have a category with all of the amateurs, but yeah, you can see in the bottom right that it will be Annan Swin on 79 total for the tournament. Then Christy Robinson, who I think we'll be seeing now in our top right of the screen, and then Aaron Telfer. So 2 men, 1 woman. Christy Robinson starts off with an ace.
Wow, great ace there on lane 1. See if we can figure this out. Good first effort there on lane 1 for our amateur groups.
Yes, so keep your eyes now on the scores on the bottom right because
yes,
this is the end of the novice tournament here. This is our novices on lane 2.
So that's Ellen Swin right there. Ellen Swin is the gray shirt and the blue shoes.
And there's not much in it. So the title of novice champion, all to play for, Christy Robinson now. I didn't seem to like the look of this one. Now, this is
not. I'm not sure what happened there. Did she go out of bounds?
That's what the look to camera was for. Okay, she must have hopped over the course and came back in. Yeah. Oh, this is a terrible putt. This is really, really tricky. I'm not sure if you can see it from the cameras, but there's a huge slope on the side of the hole where Christy is. So if you don't stick your ball, you can go past the hole, and that's okay. But if you don't stick your ball close enough to the hole, it can roll quite significantly backwards.
Well, that's a good effort there. At least she got the ball almost to the cup there, but this ball does roll backwards.
It does, but it just managed to stick, didn't it? But you can see what I mean with the danger. We've got another guest coming in.
Okay, send them in. Keep them coming. Oh, let me guess who the guest is. Can I guess?
You can guess.
Is it Josh Mars?
It's Josh Mars. Josh Mars is here.
Yes!
He's muted at the moment, but he's
Yes!
with us. Josh, you might be able to hear us. If you can, try and unmute your microphone.
How's that, guys?
That's
Welcome
perfect.
to g'day, fellas, and welcome to windy Wellington. Well, it's not really windy today, but beautiful Wellington weather.
Hello, mate. How are you?
Yeah, g'day, mate. I'm going good.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, so very consistent, it looks like so far. Josh, 36, 36, 35. How are you feeling?
I think the course is fighting back. Everyone
Yep.
played extremely well during practice, but I think today it's just going, no way, fellas, you ain't doing that again. We're going to keep you guys in line, and we're going to keep the scores high for you, and keep as I say, keep the goals out, if you know what I mean.
Josh,
The scores,
it's a lot
scores were better for you during practice.
Oh, for sure. Everyone was sinking aces everywhere. It was fun. It was great. And now we're battling today. The balls are going close, as you can see. They're just not dropping. It's just, yeah.
Is it, you're a lot of fun to watch, first of all, Josh, and we appreciate everything, your camaraderie in the previous tournaments and your comments. And, of course, the stuff that you do behind the scenes. We appreciate all of that. Do you think it's a little bit more difficult now than it was in practice, just with a little bit of the pressure, knowing that, even the rounds, you got to perform and you want to try to get a leg up on anyone? Do you think there's that pressure?
I'll say everyone's playing very conservative, just not trying to drop shots. We've got some great players here. We always knew it was going to be very, very close. We always knew it would be probably 5 shots between maybe first and third. Always going to be close, and that's what everyone knows in the back of their mind. They're being very conservative.
Talking with Josh Mars.
You are, I believe, if I'm correct, you are one of 4 players here, not from New Zealand. Is that right?
I did travel the ditch, did come from overseas, and they're a great host here in New Zealand. We are so thankful that they've put on such a great tournament, especially with the World Adventure Golf Tour, the support that you guys are doing, spreading the word around the world with the New Zealand Mini Golf Federation and the World Adventure Golf Tour. It can only go to great heights.
It's funny,
that's nice to hear. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Andrew, I haven't told you this, but one of my secret goals, Josh, is to make it to one of the New Zealand and play in the New Zealand tournament itself. So I'm going to try to make it down there one of these times to play, actually compete, rather than giving everybody a bird's eye view of what's happening. But it seems like you're feeling pretty well out there so far. Are you going according to plan, or is it just a little bit more difficult than you thought today?
It's definitely more difficult today. Like I said, everyone's playing conservative. I'm playing conservative as well too. We don't want to let the leaders get away too far, but at some stage we've got to break free. We've got to start cracking the whip, and we need to start getting our head out in front and start taking some risks.
I have one.
That's interesting. Are you thinking about switching up your strategy then for rounds 4 and 5 today? You're 5 strokes away at the moment from the leader, but certainly there's quite a tight bunch there towards the top of the leaderboard. Are you thinking about changing things up for round 4 and 5?
Look, I think you've got to. I think you need to be ahead going into the final day, just to get that a bit of that mindset that people are chasing you type of thing. But I think we've got to. There's some holes there which you can take risks. There's some you certainly can't. As you can see, the 10th hole has certainly gotten to me. It's a great course here. I'm telling you, it's a fun course. I don't know if they're going to be coming back next year, but let's hope so. It's good. We love it.
Is there any particular lanes that you can think of, that are giving you especially any trouble, or any surprises on any lanes that you thought may not be as difficult, but are giving you a little bit of a headache out there?
Look, we played a fair bit of lane 8. As you can see with lane 8, the shots are certainly being played a lot more conservative. We're not taking as much risk as we did last year. You'll see a lot more 2s. I don't know if you've seen a hole in 1 there yet, but lane 8, we've gotten a hold of that. Lane 6, we're all getting very close. We never got a hole in one on that. You'll see some hole in ones on lane 12. We never got an any on that, but we think we got a good line on that hole. 15's always tough just to get it up the top. There's probably a good half a dozen holes, which if you're not concentrating and you start thinking of something else, you will get in danger. So you've just got to concentrate the whole time. And but also have a bit of fun. I think that's when you start getting you start sort of taking those risks, you start having a bit of fun. And they start dropping and you start to get into the swing of things. So maybe I need to start having a bit of fun and playing up to the camera a little bit now.
I can't imagine you doing that, Josh.
Yeah, we wouldn't mind that too much.
You know what? But I have some question for you guys. Who do you think's going to win, and why do you think it's going to be me?
Well, who else would it be? And why not?
That's exactly right. These Kiwis are great putters, and we need to sort of keep them on the straight and narrow and remind them of what the Aussies can do. Aussie.
Hey, look, you're at even par, and -1. You're right in the thick of things. You're top 5, top 6 right now. I mean, you're pacing yourself. 8 rounds. We're 3 down, 3 rounds down. You got plenty of time. I think you're in a great spot. Really do.
Yeah. Thanks very much. That's what I'm trying to do, is just hold on tight, and hopefully, some will drop, but have a bit of fun in the meantime, and enjoy myself. It's great. Love it. Every year I'll be over here, and thanks, guys. Thanks, World Adventure Golf Tour. Thanks, New Zealand Mini Golf Federation.
Josh Mars, always
thank you so much. Really nice to hear your comments as well about the nice organisation and the warm welcome you've received here. We love to hear that. Josh, thank you so much for taking your time out to speak to us, and we look forward to seeing you in the rest of the tournament. Good luck.
Thanks, guys. Have a good day.
Bye.
Hey, thank you.
All right, that was Josh Mars. Interesting then. We'll just make sure that we check in on the novice tournament. So we've got Christy Robinson on 89, Aaron Tefler in the lead and 86. So 3 strokes between them at the moment. Interesting what Josh was saying about people playing conservative and someone's going to have to step on the gas.
Yeah, he's got the right attitude. I mean, you can see the difference and hear the difference between Cameron Cooper and Josh Mars. But, both are unbelievable professionals in the sport, and they're both fun to talk to. And they're really fun guys and really down-to-earth guys to hang out with and play with, too, as well, on the adventure courses. So he's got the right idea, and you just tell the infectious enthusiasm that Josh brings to the table for this sport. He really wraps his arms around it, and he really loves it. And I don't know about you, I'm just appreciative of it because it's what we're here for. It really is.
Yeah, it was really, really nice to hear his comments, wasn't it, about how warm he's been welcomed here, about the good organisation, how he wants to come back every single year. It goes back to what we were saying about camaraderie earlier. It's just great to hear that players are having a positive experience.
Now, I did tell you that I do want to compete in this tournament instead of broadcasting it, but I'll tell you, this course makes me nervous. It's a long course, and it is a precise course, and I would need a few days of practice. You asked a great question earlier to our audience on how much time you've practiced on a particular course. I would need a good 5 days certainly to figure this course out. It's hole by hole. It is slope by slope. It's turn by turn. No question.
Oh, lovely. Really nice answer. Yeah, I completely agree. I completely agree. There's so much danger here. I think it would make me nervous also. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So
I'm with you. I'd love to compete here for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Watching the top amateurs, we're following them around here in their final round here. Christy Robinson and I think it was Tefler. And is that Alan Swim? Is that correct? That's correct. Alan's on the tee box right now. Alan 15 right now they're through lane 7. So this is lane 8. Leaves it just where he needs to be there to pick up his par. Well done. You can see the slope over there and the indentation and all that that can progress here as one of the hazards. Great job there.
Hey, we've got another guest just a couple of seconds away.
All right. Christy Robinson
I think
now.
this will be our last one, and then we'll turn our focus completely onto the end of the novice.
Sure. Christy Robinson now.
Hi, Matt. Hello.
Hello.
How are you? How are you, Matt?
Oh, not too bad. It's a little bit cold here, but happy with the first 3 rounds.
Yeah. Well done.
No, it's the court with we've all over the last few days worked out a few new ways of playing different lanes, different holes, and so the scores are showing that compared to the last few years.
Hey, Matt, it's Dave Vida. Wish I was competing with you. I know we shared some great time there in Portugal. Is the course giving you any real challenges? I mean, you've obviously aced 15. You figured that one out. Goodness gracious. You're so much fun to watch because you have a great routine and a great ethic. Anything out there that's surprising you today?
It's a good question. The 16th is actually proving more difficult than 15 this year.
Really?
Just the tee shot, the little bumps just in front of the tee off area are causing like the ball to decelerate, and then a few players getting caught behind the 2 humps guarding the hole. So that is actually 15 is playing. People are playing that much better, and 16 is still causing trouble, as well as 18. The tee shot on 18 is definitely.
Yeah.
You may have seen quite a few
Yeah.
people stuck behind the hump on 18.
Yeah.
I want to ask, with these really challenging lanes towards the end, so you mentioned obviously 15, 16, 18. Is that something on your mind as you go through your round, that you've got these difficult lanes to contend with at the end? I mean, you're well aware that we've seen the drama on lane 18 in the New Zealand Open 24, 23.
Yeah, thanks for reminding me, guys. Appreciate that. Yeah. No, very much. You can the ace opportunities are at the sort of mostly on the front 9 and sort of through 13, 14, and you might be 2 or 3 under, and you try not to get ahead of yourself because you've still got three of the last 4 are very difficult lanes, you can, if you don't concentrate, you can drop a shot on each lane incredibly easy. So just that mental game to stay in the fight until your round's finished, and then regroup and go again.
Matt, I have a question
that's
for you.
interesting. Dave, go ahead. Sorry.
No, that's all right. Matt, 38 in your first round and then a 31 second. What was the difference between those 2 rounds, and what happened? Did you just kick it into high gear, or was there an issue that you ran into in round 1?
Well, the polite way of saying it is I was just very angry after round 1, and I decided this can't go on. Everyone's playing way better than previous years. The score's going to be lower than previous years, and I can't afford another round like that. And so I just decided, right, I'm going to focus completely on every shot, not look at anything else. And then and I actually did better on the back 9, which traditionally is the hardest scoring of the 2 9s. So that was even more impressive. I was stoked. And then obviously at 34 in round 3, we still have 5 rounds to go. So plenty to still happen over the next rest of today and then tomorrow as well.
Yes, no question. So
any thoughts on a game plan for the rest of the rounds, or are you just trying to just do what you've been doing, in particular replicate round 2?
Well, that's a dream, yeah. Our grouping for rounds 4 and 5, the next 2 rounds, it's the old foes, Cameron, myself, and James McCarthy. There may not be a lot of chatting, a lot of talking going on, but there'll be acknowledgement of good shots. The strategy is just because the scores, like, even I know we're the top 3 currently, but there's only 8 shots separating the top 10,
Yes.
and that means purely not thinking about those around you and your group, just purely thinking of your game, avoiding the mistakes. That's the big thing here, and just keeping enough aces per round to keep those scores. Yeah, we've been chatting about sort of what a good score for the total is, and most people are thinking an average of about 34 and a half, maybe. So so anything 34, 35 is good. As soon as you start going over 36, you're going to be losing grounds in the field.
I know that you're all business when you're out there. I've played in Portugal with you guys, and you guys are all focused, but you do share a great camaraderie and you help each other out. And I know that I'm very appreciative of that and helping to grow the sport. And the fact that you guys really wrap your arms around this tournament and work yourself to try to get to the finals is really inspiring, not only for me, but for a lot of other adventure golfers. So definitely want to say thank you for all that.
No, you're welcome. As many people know, I've finished second by a shot countless times now. So I look forward to providing the more drama or I don't know, another story for Waggett. So that's my goal.
Yeah, thank you. And more people know it every day because we talk about it so much on the commentary. I've got some good news for you. We were just chatting to Josh Mars, and one of his comments was he's had such a great time in New Zealand, and everyone is very welcoming, and the course is organised so well, and it makes him want to come back year after year. So, I was very pleased to hear that. It's always nice to hear when players have a positive experience. It seems like players are really enjoying the welcome there, enjoying the course, enjoying the people. So it's good news on that front.
Oh, that's very kind of Josh. Yeah, I'm actually surprised you could understand him talking though.
It was difficult.
Very hard to understand.
It was a bit difficult. Yeah.
Challenging.
No, anyone listening, you're more than welcome to come to New Zealand in 2026. We'll be we'll be here. I can't say definitely we'll be at the same course in November 2026, but good chance. Hopefully.
Yeah, and that calendar will be released in January. One last question from me.
Sure.
Did your father have a conversation with you when you were younger about the benefits of wearing all black clothing?
Great
I don't think my dad's given me 1 ounce of fashion advice in my life. So no, I was actually just in a t-shirt when we were training before we started playing, and I was actually starting to get quite cold, so I put my jumper on. And the main reason is black is very slimming on the camera.
That's it.
Yeah.
I agree. Does you good.
I actually normally I'm aware of where the cameras are, but today I completely forgot they're out there. So
that's all right.
I'll see what I can do for rounds 4 and 5.
Hey, we're watching, and it's so good to see all the Ansley clan out there, everybody participating today. It's great.
And Faye as well, with the hat trick of 3 aces in the 3rd round. That's incredible to start.
I know. She was up to lane about 7, and all of a sudden, all the whispers amongst the players got back to me very quickly that my mum had just aced 1, 2, and 3. And of course, you know how hard 2 was to ace, like incredibly hard. So, So I don't know how she actually did it, what her line was, but I'm sure I'm going to hear about it at least 53 times tonight.
That's great.
Good for her. Good for her, I say. Good for her.
Yeah.
Dave, any final questions?
I really don't have any more questions. You kind of covered it all, but it's great to be able to cover you in this tournament. It is one of the tournaments I love to cover, and I hope someday to compete against you in it. But I'll tell you what, as I was telling Andrew a few minutes ago, the course makes me nervous. It's a long course, and there's a lot of preciseness in this one. This one makes me nervous.
Yeah, I actually at my first round of 38, I dropped a few shots on holes on lanes. Sorry, that I'd never expect to. That bugged me big time. So that was part of the anger in the 31 in round 2.
That's all right. You made a nice comeback there. So
Yeah.
good luck to you the rest of the way, and we'll see how everything turns out here for you in the next 5 rounds.
Yep. We'll
Yeah, and
put
of
a show
course, Matt,
going
we know
forward.
that you're definitely in the final now, so I'll see you in the final. But I know
Yeah.
you're still playing to win, regardless of
Oh yeah.
you don't
Oh
need
yeah.
the entry, but you want to win. I'll see you in the final. Best of luck for the rest of the competition. Thanks for taking some time out to speak to us. Appreciate it.
Guys, we'll see you on live soon.
Got it.
Bye, Matt.
Cheers.
Wow, that was fantastic. A bird's eye view of all three: Cameron Cooper, Josh Mars, and Matt Ansley. So that is fantastic, just to get a little bit inside their head and see what they're thinking as they approach here. What I call the back nine of the tournament, right?
Yeah,
Kinda, you know, they've set themselves up nicely, and now it's going to be kind of later on today and tomorrow will be moving day, and then we'll see how close they can get to keeping this grouping here. But he said it very well. Only 7 or 8 strokes separate the top 10 or 12 people. So it's nobody's game yet, and nobody's really put themselves in the pole position, so to speak. But it's going to be interesting to see how this all turns out here in the hours to come.
Yeah, really interesting to hear the thoughts from the players. So the lunch break here allows us to do that. So one thing we heard from Matt was the conversation amongst the players is that 34.5 average is what they're aiming for. A round of 36 means you're probably losing ground on the field. You
Yeah.
can see Cameron Cooper with an average of 34 at the moment. So I think that's probably quite accurate there, and that'd be one thing that we can use as a sort of benchmark as the tournament progresses.
Keep in mind that par is 36. That's an average of 2 strokes on every lane. So you're averaging 2, and you 2 times 8 minus 16 under. That's pretty solid, really. It's really, really, really very good for 8 rounds. So we'll see, how that works.
In terms of the amateur competition, with Aaron Telfer on even par after 13, great for amateur player.
Yeah, that's what you're watching right now, actually, on your screen. You're watching all the amateurs finishing up their 3rd round. Is that correct? Their 3rd and final round?
Their 3rd and final round. Yeah, that's right. So it looks like Aaron Telfer, with a 7-stroke advantage, is going to take the amateur title at the moment, but they still have 4 lanes to go, so it's not
Alan
over
Swin there.
yet.
Alan Swin in the top left-hand section of your screen right now. Kind of taking a look at some notes there just to see where he's going to end up on his next lane, but this is right there, Christy Robinson.
Yeah, and this is the player who's in second. Oh, dear me, second place at the moment.
She made me nervous on that putt.
One really interesting thing I heard Matt say was that he wasn't even aware where the cameras work this time. We didn't really dig into that, but obviously the cameras are on novice group now. I think that's something that comes with experience and something that the top players will have to learn. And I think, in fact, the top players are learning it by now because it's the 3rd year that we've done it. But we don't talk about it much, but definitely having the cameras on you following for 18 lanes, if you're not used to it, it can be nerve-wracking. And obviously this will be the first time that the novice players are going through that at the moment. They know people from all around the world are watching them. You don't want to mess up. So it adds another element to it. But players like Matt Ansley, like we've heard, starting to get used to it.
Talk about that for a second, because I've been in a few tournaments where the camera is on you a lot. And, as we do this broadcast right now from New Zealand, there's a lot of people watching around the world. Now, sometimes that comes into play and sometimes it doesn't in your mind. But when the camera is staring you dead in the face, it definitely takes a toll on your psyche. There's no question that you all of a sudden have to not only perform on the carpet, but now you're also performing for the camera. So it becomes a dual role that you kind of assume. But it's interesting that Matt had that take on the cameras and I don't think we've really followed Matt around, honestly, in the tournament so far. That's obviously going to change. So we'll see if the cameras do become a little bit more prominent for him as the tournament progresses here a little bit.
Really great first stroke there from Christy Robinson to get up the hill. Big sigh of relief.
Well done.
Yeah, interesting again. What Matt said is that people are finding lane 16 this year more tricky than lane 15. I mean, we have seen an awful lot of people make it up the hill on their first stroke.
Well, here's what I was thinking. It's funny that Matt said that because you know what? As soon as we changed the camera following from 15 to 16, I was looking at 16 saying, man, this looked even more daunting than 15. It really does. And then he mentioned 18, which always gives people a headache.
Yeah.
With the horse. And here's a great look at why this lane 16 is so difficult. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4 hazards, and you have to place the second putt in the right position. And this is a perfect example of right where you want to be. Wow, is that a great putt there? That was almost perfect there from Alan Swin. This to drop this in for his par. That was textbook. Well done. Christy Robinson now. She starts right in the center of lane 16. And again, this is the lane that Matt Ansley just a few moments ago said it's probably playing the most difficult right now. Christy now setting up, looking at the 2 moguls in the front and then the 2 moguls in the middle. She hits it ambitiously. It's got to slow down. That's just fine. It leaves her with about a 2.5 footer here for her par, but not too big of a problem.
Yeah,
very well done.
Par.
And as Aaron Telfer, is about a 5-stroke ahead here at lane 16. So running out of real estate for any of the novices to catch up, but really, really great leave there for Aaron. He'll take some regulation relief there from the bar. And his tap in. So 5 strokes is currently the lead for Telfer in the amateur division. That's what you're watching here as we finish up round number 3.
Yeah, I think it might even be a 7-stroke lead. Aaron Telfer 108, Christy Robinson,
you know what? Yeah,
and Andrew Kerr 115. So actually, depending on how lane 17 goes, it might be insurmountable at this moment for Christy Robinson. But certainly, Aaron Telfer, a novice player on even par after 16. That's a wonderful achievement, and it will be the lowest score from any novice player if he manages to hold on to even par for the entire round. So certainly deserving of the victory.
I see another pro adventure golfer in the making. That's what I see.
I think so. I think he needs to send his registration off to the New Zealand Federation.
Time for an upgrade.
Yeah.
Oh, dear. Here's Swin right here. First time I've seen a ball down there, I got to be honest. That is one of the tricky hazards of 17 right there. It does not make for a joyful second putt, I can tell you that.
Well, you saw the way the professionals were doing their double rebound. I think that takes a rock out of it.
I think you're right. That is a little course knowledge, right? That's a little...
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to, in your practice round, when you're practicing different shots, you have to figure out not only how to get closer to the hole, but also how to avoid the dangers and the pitfalls, right? This also, ooh, that's a really good speed there.
Good attempt. Really nice attempt.
Christie there on that one. Great shot. Really well done there.
Ooh, now
Again,
If-
same spot.
if he gets a 4 here, there's a very, very slight opening for Christy Robinson.
Well, it looks like he's going to at least get a 3, I think.
Yeah. Okay, so it should be a 6-stroke lead, which means that Christy Robinson will be hoping for 1 and a 7, which is technically possible, but let's see.
Lane 18, you can see the trouble traversing the first mogul there stops the ball, and that's what Matt was talking about a little earlier today. Momentum gets held up there, and I don't know, Andrew, is he out of position here?
I think he is, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Good attempt. So Christy Robinson now, in order to have any chance of winning the novice title, needs an ace. So just go for it.
Let's see if she knows that.
Probably
Aggressive
not,
first
eh?
shot.
Hang on, hang
Uh-oh,
on.
look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
Great
Are you
attempt.
kidding me?
Great attempt.
How does
Hey,
that
that's
even
a good
happen?
finish. That's a great finish. She will be second. But our champion now of the novice. There you go.
Oh,
Great finish.
that's what we were looking for there.
Aaron Telford is our champion of the New Zealand Open 2025 Novice Championship. The professionals will be finishing their lunch break and have a look now at the leaderboard for the pro women and the pro men, because they will go out shortly in reverse leaderboard order. And obviously that leaderboard will change. So if you want to know the groups, take a snapshot of that leaderboard.
Yes, good idea. I think I'm going to do that myself.
Yeah. So during this break, we are going to keep the stream on. What's happening now is the amateur players are being awarded their medals and trophies. We'll leave the stream on. We'll have a short break, perhaps around 20 minutes, and then we will be back with just the professionals now. And it's just the professionals. So the next 5 rounds, 2 more rounds today of the New Zealand Open 2025, and we'll see what the scores look like overnight.
Going to go by quick. You don't want to miss a moment of it. That's for sure.
sort of. Oh, yeah, hey, how's it going?
All right, everybody, welcome back to the New Zealand Golf Open. Dave Vida, Andrew Edmonds here, and the action back for round 4. Lane number 1. We'll have our featured group here coming up too as well. We'll be following them around the course. The 9th annual New Zealand Mini Golf Open is taking place on the 22nd and 23rd, which is today and tomorrow, of course. It's hosted by the Golf Warehouse in Lower Hutt in New Zealand. This is New Zealand's premier mini golf event where you can put your putting skills to the test against New Zealand's best mini golfers. You can enjoy some fun and friendly but competitive golf games here. When they're not in competition, you can come and enjoy the course too as well. Ooh, great first putt there on lane number 1 in round number 4. Bring you all 8 rounds, 5 full rounds today and 3 rounds tomorrow. Looks like the weather is going to cooperate with us, so looking pretty good. Saw Emmy Steedman there. Emmy Steedman. Emmy is playing along with Michael Schlag. We'll be following our key players around here in a little while too as well, and plenty more action to come here. A little bit of a blustery day. You heard Matt Ansley tell us a little bit earlier that it was kind of cold outside, which is, not unusual for this time of year. Similar weather we had last year at the New Zealand Open here. But you see a lot of players nonetheless walking around in shorts, which is kind of interesting. But you get a really good bird's eye view here of lane 18 on your right side of the screen and lane number 1 here. And you can see the wind and the flags that are blowing around too as well. The amateurs that are still playing on the course over there, you can see on the right side of the screen. So we get back over to the starting blocks here on lane number 1. Good par putt there on lane 1. And there's our Puma guy right there. Also picking up an ace. That's the way you put it in right there. Faye Ansley with her ace to start her 4th round. Very well done for Faye. We'll get a bird's eye view here of all the starting competitors in round 4 here on lane 1. They see Faye Ansley with the ace and Paul Kerrigan so far with an ace through 1-2 as well. Leaderboard keeps going here. Play resumes. 8 total rounds here in New Zealand. The rules are pretty simple, too, as well. You're welcome to bring your own golf putter or use one from the course, and only genuine golf balls or European mini golf balls are permitted. So you'll see a lot of players, too, seeing that this is in New Zealand using mini golf balls, European ones, based upon the individual lane and desired result that they want to achieve. If the ball does exit the lane, it can be placed at the point of exit without a penalty stroke. That's one of the unique rules here of the tournament. Now, this is Scott Clancy. Scott Clancy now shooting at an ace in lane number 1, and look at him roll the dice. Very excited. And you know what? Again, Scott Clancy, not that far back from the lead here. Only 7 strokes separated. So it's kind of a bunch here at the top of the leaderboard, and no one's made an incredibly spacious move as of yet, but that is not a good putt right there. Not really sure what happened there. That was not part of the plan. And just a bit short there on that attempt on lane number 1, too, as well. So far, a couple of pars and an ace that we've seen through lane number 1. See our top leaderboard in the bottom left-hand section of your screen. Please ignore the technical difficulties in the top right-hand section. They're probably relocating the lane as we speak right now to 18, and that's some interesting golf balls. So you have that that view for you too as well. Scores will catch up here shortly. You saw Clancy, Ansley, and Goatley. Josh Mars now in the tee box. Josh now setting up in the center of lane number 1. Ball slides a little bit from the right to the left. You do want to avoid that rail. This looks pretty good and just catches the left side. Big fist pump there from Josh Mars. Talked to him a little bit earlier today about his experience out there on the course, and he's just having a lot of fun, man. You can just tell in his attitude that he's the kind of guy that you just want to hang out with and you want to be paired with as you go through the finals. Clancy with a bogey, or a par rather, Ansley with his ace, and now James Goatley. Rather, this is Steven Samuelson. Steven Samuelson now in the tee box. Faces down the middle of the tee. Aiming a little right, does click off there on the right edge and still ends up pin high, so not too bad of a tap in here for his par for Samuelson. Patrick Holland now. He's starting on the left side of the tee box. You can see the wind coming into play with the foliage. He's going right at it. This looks pretty good. Does it have enough? Just ends up a little bit short there for Hala. Wonder how much the sunglasses come into play during a tournament like this. Obviously, it's sunny outside too as well. Kind of interesting. So Patrick, Steven, and Josh are the featured group. We'll go to lane number 2. Right-hand side of your screen, you can see lane 15. It's the only ace so far 15. Who would you expect? Matt Ansley. You see Matt's score. He started out with 2 over par, which was definitely something out of character, but then he came back nicely. Shoots a low round of the day so far at 31, 34. This is Mars now. Just missing an ace there on the high side, but that ball comes all the way back down. Leaves a tricky second putt here for Mars. Sort of a 4-footer or so. Well done there. All right. Samuelson here, a little bit of a 3-footer for his par pickup on lane number 2. This is Patrick Holland now. Banks it off the left side, coming back around. That's going to end up the same result unless it slows down. It does. He's going to pick up momentum. It does catch the slope and just comes up short of the cup. Well done. Excellent so far. And number 3 now. Josh Mars leaves himself a 2-footer on lane 3. The ace on lane number 1. He'll stay 1 under for his 3rd round and a 4th round today. Steven Samuelson now almost an ace, just leaves it with a tap-in putt there. Well done. Left side of the tee box, going straight out on the right side. Let's see if it gets a little kick. Holla puts his about 2 feet on the right side. This for Holla's putt. Take a look at the scoreboard. You can see Ansley now and McCarthy are off of lane number 1, and they both parred through 1. Cameron still yet to putt. Lane number 4, you can see the bank and the dog leg right to left. Really kind of tricky. Most players will actually opt to go over that ramp. Some will actually try to go left, but most will take it over that ramp. More of an ambitious putt here. Right side, top left of your screen. Round 4 of the New Zealand Open. Dave Vida, Andrew Edmonds, and this is Josh Mars. Banks it off. It's got a chance, but comes up short. Really good line, good view on that one. Really well done. All right. Good par putt right there for Samuelson. And now it's going to be up to Patrick Hala. Lane number 4. Again, you can see the undulation in the curves and a little bit of a challenge and difficulty this one presents. Good putt. Gets it to the cup, and he just kind of stays on the south end there. Well done there from Hala. Camera now moves over to lane 5. All right, you got Josh Mars looking right down the straight and narrow, right over that first hump, and then it gains speed. Backdoor is going to be the optimal putt here. Mars in the center of the tee box. Takes it to the left side, gets the rebound and in for another ace, and that keeps him right there and drops him another stroke to -2 for the round. Cameron Cooper also acing lane number 1 earlier today in this 4th round at 1 under par. In good company there with Ansley and McCarthy also getting aces earlier. Our feature group is right now. This one bounces off the left side. Doesn't have enough. Just loses a little bit of vigor there towards the cup and comes up a little bit short on the backdoor approach. Samuelson now. Great putt there. Well done. Patrick Hala now, even on his 4th round. He brings it down the left side, cuts the corner, brings it back, and just slides by. Same direct line, didn't get any break. His pacing was a little bit fast in that one, but still not bad. He'll stay even here for the round. Top left-hand section of your screen now, lane 6. Josh Mars starting on the line there, brings it all the way down. Long, undulating lane all the way to the cup and just comes up a little bit short of the rebound. You can see the channel there that the ball needs to come through. Josh Mars on lane 6 will get his par. Now Samuelson. He starts up. You can see the long channel again and the cut through the moguls right there, which most of the players will opt to try to get through, although it doesn't always work that way. Sometimes you get a good kick like that, and it brings it right next to the cup. So a great putt effort there for Samuelson on lane 6 and a tap in for his par. 2025 New Zealand Open. We are in the lower hut in New Zealand today. This is our 4th round coverage. This is Hala. His ball starting down. Gets a little ricochet. comes off the back edge and comes up a little bit short. I'm going to see a ton of aces on this particular lane just because of the treacherous type of bounce that you get off that mogul. But a tap in for Halle. He'll stay right where he is now through 6 at 12. Even par. Lane number 7. Tricky dog leg up to the top tier on the left side. So it's a right to left bank shot. You can see Mars right there, standing steady. He takes it firm, comes back up with a double rebound, just makes it to that top tier there. Leaves himself a 2-footer here for his cleanup. Good par there for Josh Mars in the green and the white hat. Samuelson now on the tee box on 7. Good camera angle. You can follow the double bank there. This is maybe a triple bank if he's got enough. That slopes back down, and that could be a costly second putt here for Samuelson. Just didn't get enough on that particular putt off the tee box. Need a little bit more strength in the swing. I think it would have done great if it would have had enough to bank off that railing that he's standing next to. And that's an unforced error there off the tee. Causes the cut on the cup and does swing around to the left. And a pickup for a bogey there. Samuelson will drop one here in the 4th round. First mistake. Good rebound, and also just a little too ambitious in the putt, but doesn't come back down the slope there. So this is a good look here for Halle, Patrick Halle, for his par on 7. Great cleanup. Take a look at the leaderboard here through 4 so far. Cameron Cooper through 5 has 8. So he's 2 under par with 2 aces so far. This is Mars now on lane 7. Leaves that one on the low side. We'll have this first cleanup. Well done for Mars on the par on lane 8. Samuelson next. Samuelson now 2 over on his 4th round here. Needs to start to right the ship and runs into some problems there. Gets caught up there in the first trap there left of that little ramp, and that's going to cause a little bit of an issue here. And another risk to drop another stroke here. He's got about a 15 or 20 footer here for his par save. This is going to be challenging. Couldn't get it up and over the ramp there, and a little bit of an unforced error off the tee box. Takes the background approach, and wow, he just not sure what happened there, but that was, I guess he had to get over the water. So he had to hit that firmly, and unfortunately that's back there. Now this is for bogey. This is going to be another 2 strokes dropped here for Samuelson. Not what he thought this particular round would be like. Just lips the cup there. And this will be for his double bogey if he can pop this in. Samuelson running into trouble here on lane 8. 2 hazards, the bridge. You can see the water just to the screen left or the right of the players. Good putt there, although damage done here on 8. Double bogey there for Samuelson. Patrick Holla now in the tee box, center cut. Gonna take a close look at this one. He jumps the ramp, puts it almost an ace, just slides by the south side of the cup there. And Holla with a tap in. So both Holla and Mars were able to traverse the water there on the tee box. Unfortunately, Samuelson found the hazard there and had to take a penalty stroke, hit it firmly to get it back over, and that caused all the problems. Cameron Cooper is still 2 under through 7 lanes, following closely behind the group that we're featured right now with Josh Mars, Steven Samuelson, and Patrick Holla. Mars gets it down there, but doesn't get a favorable kick off the rebound. We'll use the regulation rod here and get a little bit of spacing. About a 2.5 footer here. A little bit of a tester because of the landscaping and the foliage, so not a gimme. But he does make work of it and takes care of business there on lane number 9. It's a good look at the longevity of the lane here. You can see the moat guards the front of it, and on the right side, players will opt to play a little bit of a bank. Gets down the chute and the backdrop, and oh, boy, I tell you what, Samuelson could have really used that right there. Good effort there, just slides it by the cup, and we'll have his tap in for par, so no damage for Samuelson on this particular lane. Patrick Holla now. Holla the tee box. He brings it down. See the rebound. And in for an ace. Holla gets a stroke on the field there. Well done with that particular lane, and the ace for Holla. Holla now 1 under through his 4th round. Josh Mars holding on to 2 strokes on round 4. It's an 8-round tournament. Lots of adventure golf left to play. 1 more round of coverage after this. 3 rounds tomorrow starting at 10 a.m. in New Zealand here. Mars now with a tricky lane 10, the up and around. Very easy to send the ball all the way back to the tee box if you're not careful. Got to play a sharp rebound here, and then you got to watch your pacing. Mars up the hill, takes the rebound, looks good. Just misses it. He was about to celebrate, but gets caught in the swale there, and that's okay. Not the easiest of putts, but it's better than going all the way back down to the tee box. Just slides it a little left and pulls it. And Mars is going to drop at least 1 stroke here on lane 10. Mars now at 1 under for his 4th round. Or was that now Mars? Hang on to the swale there. Same putt we just saw. This one is up and in. Very well done. Samuelson taking a little bit of a change. And now it's Patrick Holla. Patrick Holla now in 3rd place. Looking to creep closer, just sneaks around the cup. Not sure how that didn't go in, but Holla there. A well done stroke. So both Josh Mars and Samuelson now are wearing green. Mars with the white hat. Lane 11 here. You can see the rock hazard in the middle. Very difficult to pick your line and traverse to the left side there. Takes a bounce, second bounce, the rebound coming down. Doesn't have enough to get there. Leaves short by a good 5 feet, maybe 4 feet. Mars now looking at this to stay right where he is. He does not want to drop another stroke. A little tricky touch putt here on lane 11. Well done. Good fist pump there for Mars. Exclamation point. He knows how good that was. He'll stay 1 under for his 4th round. Samuelson now. Even Samuelson having some hiccups here along the way. Four over, but gets the ace and gets one back to 3 now. It's a shot in the arm there for Samuelson. We'll see if that carries him through. Patrick Hala on the tee box now. See what kind of rebound he plays here on the tee. Different ways of playing this lane 11. He gets caught up and off the course and into the bush. So this now will prevent a line of sight putt. You can see there where Samuelson is pointing to, where the ball went out of bounds. The ball gets placed back in bounds with no penalty here. And Hala will have to get a little bit of relief. The problem is the relief he get will not give him line of sight to the cup. So he's going to have to play some type of a bank shot here. Hala currently in 3rd. -1 for this round, is looking to possibly drop to even here if he doesn't make this putt. Awkward stance for Hala there on the railing. Taking a good look, picks his point, slides it by, and fortunately, you're not going to get a good bank rebound off that round railing there. But it was a good effort nonetheless. He just was a little long on the angle. And this now for bogey for Hala on 11. Drops a stroke, and that leaves him even par for his 4th round. Still holding on to 3rd, right in front of James, right behind James McCarthy now. Lane number 12, Josh Mars. Josh even here for this round. It sends it up the 3 tiers and really gets it very close. Really, really great effort there to get it the ball somewhat serviceable there for a par. Almost had a unforced error on a fumble there on lane 12 from Samuelson. Almost took a tumble. Starts out in the far right side of the tee box. Takes the bank, gets it up, sends it around. Well done. Leaves himself a 1.5, 2 feet there. Hala here now. Patrick Hala in the tee box. He knows the angle he needs. Let's see what he can do to get it up there to the 2nd, 3rd tier. 1 bounce, 2 bounces. This has got a good chance. Oh, just skips by the cup. Really ambitious putt. Leaves himself in the south end there. This one back up the hill for his par. Very south. Groups are moving fast and furious through round 4 here. Our featured group already on lane 12. Kind of a tricky, unique, different kind of vibe on this particular lane. You got to bank it and get it through there and hope for a couple of great rebounds. And boy, that looked really good for Mars. Thought that one had a chance. Stay even par there. Josh Mars through 12. Samuelson now. Already dropped a few strokes with some trouble earlier, looking to jump back in. 3 behind. Good putt. Leaves himself against the railing. Gets some relief from the rod there. 20 centimeters. And a little bit of a tap in here for his par. About 3 strokes over here so far for Samuelson. That leaves Hala on the tee box on 12. Definitely an advantage going last in this group. Oh, boy, that was looking really good off those rebounds. Had the right angle, just didn't have enough speed. A little bit more inertia there, and he was looking pretty good. So he'll have this to clean up his par on 12. Hala's in for his par. On to 13 now. Josh Mars in the tee box. We've seen this hole a couple of times today. Shadow may come into play there from the flag and the wind kind of furling along. Lane slopes a little from the right to the left. He'll take it right over the mogul. And he almost had it. You can see all the premature celebration there. And whenever you premature celebrate, that is death. Just slides out. Thought he had another ace. Mars walks off with a par on 13. So much fun to watch. All the emotion there that's built up in Mars. He definitely just loves the sport of the game. Same approach there. Same result. Just slides by the hole there for Samuelson on 13. Easy tap in, serviceable there for his par. Patrick Hala now on the tee box. Just slides by the right side. Well, I was tracking good. One of the few players that decides to try the front door. Still different ways of playing all of these different lanes. Just depends on your comfortability. Play it long, hard, short, left, right. A lot of players taking different approaches. It's all based upon what you're comfortable with in your practice rounds. All 3 players there parring out on 13. That brings us to lane number 14. Josh Mars currently in 6th. Round 4 of 8. This is lane 15 now. Lane 15. Josh Mars left it a little bit short there. Couldn't get over the first mogul, and that is going to be a major problem. He's going to have to play this on the high side and hope he can get somewhere near the cup. This is a really, really, really difficult putt to make. I'm not sure how he ended up here. Plays the rebound, but just doesn't have enough to get to the cup. So there's going to be a drop stroke here for Josh Mars. That'll bring him to even par for the round. Still very respectable, but I want to be averaging about 34. Oh, dear. Can't even believe that just happened. Lost a train of thought there, and he's going to walk around and have a conversation with himself. Just lifted the cup out there and left himself with a long one coming back here. This now for double bogey. And now he almost missed that one, but he did put it in for a double. So that drops him to +1 now for his 4th round. Lane 15 is the backdrop for a lot of drama today at the New Zealand Open. Dave Vida here, along with Andrew Edmonds. This is round 4 coverage. And this is Steven Samuelson. Starting on the right side of the tee box, looking to bank it through and bank it hard. Got to get it all the way up through to the whale spout there you can see on the top left-hand section of your screen. Samuelson taking his time. Lets it go. Down, over, up. Really, really great putt. And a good effort there for his first putt on 15 rather in round 4. Samuelson taking a little bit of relief. Such a log jam here at the top. Nobody's taken a commanding lead yet through 4 rounds. Good cleanup there for par. At least Patrick Holla back at the tee box. He starts on the right side. See him on the top right-hand section of your screen. Holla now lets it loose. Got some inertia, just can't get to the top. That comes back down. That's going to leave a challenging second shot. We've seen that a few times today. Probably more than a few times. Patrick Holla. Even par through his round today. Plays the bank shot and in for a great par save. So 2 out of the 3 players in this group drop strokes. Some more than others. And Holla with a save. Brings Josh Mars now to 16. Lane 16. Down the slope over the 2 moguls. You see the cup there resting between the 2 hazards. Placement is absolutely key. So Mars will start on the left side of the tee box. He's going to send it down. Cuts over the right side, over the first mogul, over the second mogul. Great position. Obviously, a little bit of information there to give him that line. He was very comfortable with that the whole way through, and a good tap in that time. No unforced error. Mars stays +1 for his 4th round. Samuelson now, not wasting too much time on the tee box. He starts in the center of the tee. Looks like he's going to take this from his left to right. Comes off the bank, brings it down. Over the mogul and just misses. Really good look at it. Kind of winked at the cup as it went by. And Samuelson there has line of sight here for his second putt. Leaves himself a little bit of a tester, but this one does go straight at the cup. Don't give the cup away here on this second putt. He'll be doing just fine. See McCarthy now. He also left his putt short there on 15 on the right side. Oh, come on. Samuelson just pulls the putt to the left there. Unforced error. Drops another stroke. Back to 4 over for his round. Ay, ay, ay. Patrick Holla on the tee box. On your left side. McCarthy on the right side. Got a difficult second putt. Good leave for Holla. Good second putt for McCarthy. James has a tap in for his bogey, but drops a stroke. And Holla stays right where he is with a tap in for his par. So the action is unfolding. I'll tell you what, this round is going by unbelievably fast. Only one more round of coverage today after this 4th round takes us to 17. Very short lane, down in undulation, and then it banks to the right, but there is a big hazard there. Mars on the tee box. Sends it down. Takes the bank. Comes back. He gets the ace. Finds a stroke back there for Josh Mars. Excellent ace on 17. He said he was going to try to have fun, but I could tell that a couple of the dropped strokes there on 15 kind of played with his mind a little bit, but hitting one back there is always a plus. Samuelson now takes the same approach, and he goes just by the cup. Plays it on the high side, and he'll have a tap in for his par now on 17. Matt Ansley on the top right-hand section of your screen. Couldn't get it up to the top tier. He had an ace last time he played 15. This time he banks it and finds us too. That's well played. That is a great, great clutch putt there from Ansley. And an ace. Nope, just missed on the top side there. Kind of fooled you going by. Hala just misses on 17, but have a tap in for his par. The action is unfolding now. You got Cameron Cooper. Did he just ace it? I think he just aced it. He did not ace it. He did ace it. We're going back and forth here. I think he went out of bounds. He did go out of bounds. Kind of fooled me. I saw the ball race by the cup there, but I wasn't sure if it went in. In the meantime, you got Mars on 18. This has got a chance. Oh, boy. Almost back-to-back aces for Mars on 18 on the left side of your screen. Tap in for par. This is Cameron Cooper to stay right where he's at on 15 on the right side of your screen. Needs this for par. Oh, just pushed it a little bit to the right. Drops at least one stroke here. Got to stay with it. Stay calm. It's okay. Lots of rounds left. Good bogey there. Good cleanup there for Cameron Cooper on the right. Not what he wanted, but it's what happens when you go out of bounds is it causes usually a drop stroke on 15. A little challenging leave here for Samuelson. Doesn't want to drop another stroke. Samuelson now. This to end up, 4 over. Hanging tight there for Samuelson, if my scorecard is accurate. Patrick Hala now on the tee box, left side, 18. Takes a rebound and gets right behind the mogul there. That is not the optimal position to be in, needless to say. Takes a little bit of relief there. So going up this little mogul, you can see the steep incline there. It's going to cause a little bit of a problem because it kind of makes the ball jump a little bit. And when the ball jumps over that little mogul, it causes it to go offline. See if he can hold it. Hala for par. Well done. Good par clutch. Good save there. Good way to end round 4 there for Patrick Hala. Solidly in third place. Really good position for Hala to be in. Also on lane 18 now. This is Matt Ansley. Kind of cleaning things up before he gets there. 2025 New Zealand Open. All the action unfolding in 8 rounds. So glad you can join us from wherever you are around the world. My name is Dave Vida, and Andrew Edmonds is here, bringing you live coverage over 2 days of this event. Winner stamps their ticket to the World Adventure Golf Finals. That's coming up in Gloucester in the UK. And that will be in May of 2026. Kind of the finale to carry you over through the new year. And then we started all over again, a brand new season 26-27. Can't wait to bring that to you, friends. It's just so exciting, all the action and the camaraderie we've seen today. As we bring the last group, the leaders, to the clubhouse as we end round 4. You can see the backsides there of James McCarthy and our good friend Matt Ansley. Both Ansley and Cooper giving their perspective after round number 3 of what they're experiencing out there. And it's a lot of fun to hear from the guys to get a bird's eye view of what it's like to be in the heat of action. So nice of them to share their time and perspective with us. So much appreciative. That's McCarthy. McCarthy with a great effort there on 18. Just passes by the cup, almost puts it in. He'll have a tap in for his par. McCarthy with 2 over here for his round. 38 today after 18. Matt Ansley now. Takes it down, leaves it short. Certainly has struggled, historically speaking, on this particular lane. It's given him all kinds of hiccups and issues. Got about a 6-footer here, maybe a 5.5. Does have line of sight. Mogul shouldn't come into play. Straight at the cup and in. Wow, that was a solid stroke and a great par there for Ansley. That leaves him at even par for round 4. Well played. Patrick Holla in the clubhouse with a 36. Josh Mars also with a 36. Samuelson with a 40, +4 on that last round. This is Cooper. Just a bit out of position here. This is going to take a little bit of a clever look and a little bit of creativity. Corner of that mogul is going to come into play here for Cameron. Looking very closely and intently at this. Really has a solid round going too. -1 if this goes in. Otherwise, could be an even par round. Yeah, just kind of pushed it out of the way. I see what he did there. Really good try. Good bogey effort, though. And that puts him at 36 for his round. A lot of pars. Matt Ansley besting everybody out there with a 34. So 2 strokes, or rather a 36. So a lot of pars, rather. Leaderboard looks pretty tight there. 36 is for most players. John Ansley with the best score out of everybody there on a 35. So not too shabby at all. As we go back to lane 1, it starts over again. Can you believe it? Who would have thought? Round 5 of competition from the New Zealand Open. We're just having fun as we put it on repeat, right? It's just nonstop action today. So, there's a little bit of a backup on lane 1, but they're making their way through. And that's what we're here for. Lane 5, solidly underway. You just saw Fabian, Paul Kerrigan. This is Faye Ansley to pick up her par on lane number 1. Well done, Faye. We will again be following our featured group. Paul, Faye, and Fabian will be our featured group, and we're following them right now through round number 5. There's our Puma guy, Paul. Paul Kerrigan there. Very difficult shot here on lane number 2 as we follow them on our featured group. He puts it up and in. Wow, that was ambitiously fast and confident. Well done there for Paul. Faye Ansley now. Same type of putt that Paul just had. Boom. Wow, 2 back-to-back confident strokes there to pick up pars on lane 2. And those were not gimmies by any stretch of the imagination. Wow, that was so confident and so impressive. Well done. I guess that's the leave that they were looking for because that was probably the straightest putt on this particular lane. Seen a lot of different angles, a lot of places to leave the ball. This ball going up and around. Does it have enough to stay right there? Is it going to keep going? It keeps going. But this one kind of, it sloops all the way down. Unfortunate leave. That's probably what they were trying to avoid. It's a little bit of a breaker now from the right to the left. Confident stroke, if you hit it firm, goes right center. This is Fabian. Fabian with a great par putt there and a great leave. Well done, Fabian, in the green, the white, and the black hat. We'll keep on with coverage here. This is round 5 now of the 2025 New Zealand Open. We're from the lower hut today. Dave Vida, Andrew Edmonds, and some of the best adventure golfers you'll ever see in the world. Almost an ace there for Patrick. Rather, that's Paul. Paul Kerrigan, great first effort on 3. Gets the par putt. Good pickup there. We'll see him next on 4. Looking good so far. Faye Ansley now sends it down, back and in for an ace. Ansley solidifies another hole-in-one. And she's up and off just like that. Wow, that was fast. Jeez. Guys are playing unbelievably aggressive. So much fun to watch today. This is with Fabian O'Chase. Fabian sends it down. Same angle as Faye, but just slides by on the high side. Doesn't get the break. Fabian will have a tap in for his par. Take a look at the scoring here. Faye Ansley, 1 under through 3 lanes with that ace. She had a very, very difficult round 4. Unfortunately, she scored a 44. That's 8 strokes too many on round 4. That puts Faye back in 11th place. Paul Kerrigan now leaves himself a little bit short there. Just doesn't make it over the edge. And he'll drop a stroke. Faye Ansley now. Let's see what angle she takes through here. You can see the little bridge there that a lot of the players need to traverse over, or they'll go to the left and play a bank shot. She slides it through, finds the opening, ends up on the high side. Similar putt there that Kerrigan just had. And Faye will pick up her par, looking to stay a little bit more consistent. Boy, she was playing so well there, too, over the first 3 rounds, and then things just fell apart. I can certainly share that type of experience with Faye only because I know how difficult it is to sew together 5 or 6 good rounds in a row. This is Fabian Oche. Fabian now takes it over the edge, finds the rebound. A little bit aggressive. Leaves himself a 4-footer for his par. Gets a little bit of space there from the railing, from the measuring stick. Going to take a look at this one. This is going to be left center. Firm. Don't give the cup away. Ball will move a little bit from his left to right. And the putt. He does pull it just by the cup a little bit. And that'll be a drop stroke there for Fabian. So another drop stroke for Fabian on this back nine. He's 2 over. So plays unfolding very fast and very furious. We are already to lane number 5, if you can believe that, in this 5th round. Shockingly how fast things are going. But that's an ace right there for Kerrigan, and he gets a stroke back. Just what the doctor ordered on 5. Faye Ansley now. She's going to be at the top. Brings it down. Oh! Takes the backdrop, backdoor approach, and just slides it by on the high side. Faye Ansley picks up her par on 5. She'll stay 1 under. Good putt there for Fabian. Leaves it a little bit short there. Fabian already over par now in his back, and he's +1. Paul Kerrigan now. He's even par for his round. Going to lane number 6 now. You can see the tight channel that you have to find a spot for that ball to squeak through. Seen this several times today already. Most players end up getting a good rebound and a good bounce off that mogul there. That one cuts through clean and just cuts directly across at a 90-degree angle. So Kerrigan with a little bit here to clean up for his par. Goes right at it, doesn't waste any time, and slides it in to the bottom of the right side. Kerrigan will stay right at even par. Faye Ansley now. Faye Ansley, 1 under for her round with an ace earlier on lane number 3. She comes down now, sends that ball around, and that's a similar spot that Kerrigan just found himself in. This ball will slide a little bit right to left. Faye Ansley enjoys the competition just as much as anybody else does here on the World Adventure Golf Tour. See the wind coming into play, but Ansley makes it complete there and finishes with her par. Stays 1 under. This is Fabian Oche. Fabian now cuts it, gets a good kick off the bricks there of the bump, and also takes the ball right back to the cup, a little bit short, but has a nice little tap in here for his par. Things are moving swiftly here in this 5th round with our featured group. Cameraman now takes us into place. Updating that scorecard here. Taking a look at our leaderboard. Kerrigan, even par now. Playing very solid here through this 5th round. See the dog leg. Kerrigan getting a bird's eye view, picks his spot, sends it through, going up towards the cup. Gets it to that tier and leaves himself a 2-footer for his par. Kerrigan cleans that up. Nicely done. Stays where he's at. Fay Ansley on the tee box. Lane 6. Make that 7. All the way up the tee. All the way to the second tier. Gets a little bit of a rebound kick. And a nice position here for her par. Well done, Fay Ansley. At 13 through lane number 7, 1 under par. And that one kind of lost its line there for Fabian. Never really had the right angle there to get to the cup. Haven't seen very many putts from this angle. It's going to go right to left though. Firm and in. Takes the right side. Fabian gets his par. So 3 pars on lane number 7. Well done by all 3 in our featured group. Paul Kerrigan, Fay Ansley, Fabian Oche. Lane 8. Up and over. 2 humps. 1 hump and 1 water. Did it clear? I think it may have gone out of bounds. I'm not sure where it ended up. Couldn't see from that particular angle. It's actually not Fay. They've actually caught up to the group in front of them. Paul Kerrigan will be next in the tee box. Just waiting to go through here and seeing the previous group. This is Emmy Steedman. Ran into some problems. Emmy. Getting yourself with this 3rd putt. Not terrible, all things considered, though, but she obviously ran into that first hazard. And now Steedman for her par. Just right side of the cup. Wind is blowing a little bit. You break your concentration. Yep, definitely push that one a little bit to the right. Oh boy, it leaves her down that slope now, and this leaves even more of a difficult putt here for her double bogey coming back. This is not a gimme either for Steedman. Emmy Steedman already in big trouble on this particular lane. She's up and pushes that one to the right side. Got the same putt coming back that she just saw before. It's now for a triple bogey. Tough to watch. Feeling terrible at the moment that we have to call this play. But this just shows you sometimes that there's no gimmies and there's no laydowns here. Of course, here in New Zealand, Lower Hutt Golf Warehouse. 2025 New Zealand Open. This for a 5 for Steedman. And she makes it true, although the damage is done. Camera will get into the better angle here as we see our featured group, Paul Kerrigan now. Playing pretty even. She had a pretty good view there of the lane on this one. This is lane number 8. You have a couple different ways to play it, but both are pretty difficult with going over the water regardless. You have to hit it hard enough. Getting an ace on this lane is going to be very difficult because it's left up to some circumstance. But a good par putt there. Now it's Paul Kerrigan, and he leaves his up. He's in the Puma shirt. Kerrigan with an easy tap in there for his par. And that leaves him playing steady Eddie right through round number 5 here. Faye Ansley now. Not sure if she was witness to what happened to Emmy Steedman, but wants to try to avoid that at all costs. Faye takes it up the left side. A good rebound. What a fantastic putt and a good leave there. About 6 inches from the cup. Wow. Some of the best we've seen today. You can see where that slope goes down the right there and that indentation, almost like a bunker-like effect on the right side of your screen. Now this is Fabian Oetze. Fabian gets caught in the water. Didn't have enough inertia going over that second little stream of water that cuts through the green there. Now he has to go behind the water and hit this over again, and that could cause the ball to go out of bounds. Carries it nicely. Let's see if he gets a good rebound here. Didn't get as much bounce as we thought. So Fabian's going to drop at least one stroke here. Lane number 8 in our 5th round. Coverage is moving by very, very fast. So that's a bogey there for Fabian Oetze. Not with a doctored order, but there is a little bit of a hold up here, and I think our camera is going to stay here for a moment as we see the group behind. That second hazard there with the water causing the backup and a little bit more of a slow play along the way. Players trying to find the best way to navigate the lane. We move over to lane number 9 here shortly. Faye Ansley holding it together so far, 1 under for her 5th round. She had a little bit of a blowout there in the 4th round and probably wants to try to forget that and put that in her past. Fabian at 2 over. Paul Kerrigan playing right at even par. See Paul in the tee box here now. See the long undulating slope down. It goes from the right to the left. He plays it right through the middle. Does he get a rebound? He does. And it just misses. Boy, that looked good for so long there. Thought he was going to get a great kick off that rebound. He did. Definitely had enough to get to the hole. Went past just on the high side. Nothing wrong with that. Well done for his par. And nothing too crazy here for Kerrigan in this 5th round. He's holding it together with even par. Faye Ansley on the tee box sends it down. That comes through. It's a kick to the end and in. Another ace for Faye. What a difference a round makes. That's for sure. Faye Ansley sinking an ace there on lane number 9, and that is 2 under for this round. Very, very nicely done. Now it's Fabian Oetze. That needs a little bit of effort. Yeah, that just didn't have enough carrying momentum down that slope. Fabian now will get a little bit of relief there. That's about a 2-footer here, a little bit of a knee knocker. He puts it right in and cleans up his par. So just like that, we're through the first half of round number 5. As we go to the back 9, lane number 10. And you can see the tremendous undulation and slope up this particular lane. It's a backwards P, the letter P, and you can see the hole cut hard left there. You got to take it up the slope, and you got to pick your spot for a bank. Kerrigan now. Waste no time. Just gets up there and hits it. Leaves it about a 2 feet short, which is a great place to leave it, really, because if you go too long, that ball will cup around and slope down there and could end up back at your feet very, very easily. And Kerrigan pushes to the right, misses his par putt. I think he's rushing just a little bit there. After playing so consistent. This now for his first bogey on the 5th round. He goes to +1. Faye Ansley now. Lane number 10, the back 9, round 5. Starts out on the right side of the tee box. Ansley sends it up, takes the rebound, looking good. Gets another ace. Back-to-back aces for Faye Ansley here in this 5th round. And that brings you to 3 under par. Unbelievable. Wow, that's fantastic. After a disastrous 4th round, Faye Ansley making up ground fast. Now this is Fabian. Just saw a bogey for Fabian a couple lanes ago. This ball coming back is going to hold. It does. Just a cup high and a little bit of a tap in there to clean up his par. So the name of the story right now is Faye Ansley, not afraid of anything at the moment. Definitely not feeling intimidated by the cameras and not feeling the pressure. Faye Ansley at 17 through 10. 3 under par with a fantastic round, gaining up some ground here from her previous round that she desperately needs. Faye did this earlier today, a stretch of 3 aces as Kerrigan just slides it by on the right side of the cup there. I thought we had an ace there. Some players really struggling to get the ball to the cup here with the rebound and that rock hazard in the center of the green. A little up and in there for a par cleanup for Kerrigan. That brings Faye Ansley back to the tee here at 11. 3 straight aces for Ansley on this 5th round. Can she make it 4 in a row? She's going to give it a chance. It's coming down. Look at this. Just misses on the high side. Well done nonetheless. She leaves herself about a 2.5 footer for her cleanup for par. She'll stay at 3 under if she makes this. Well done for Faye Ansley. I tell you what, she knew the task at hand. She knew what the assignment was, and she's getting it done. This now is Fabian Oche. He takes it down, gets a rebound, ambitious, sends it back up the hill, leaves himself with a tricky right to lefter coming back down. I'm going to take a close look at this from far away. Line this up, another look on this angle. This is not a gimme by any stretch. Oche now for par. Well done. No problem there. Really confident stroke on lane 11. And that is 3 pars from our 3 players in this featured group. Paul Kerrigan, Faye Ansley, and Fabian Oche. They're all lined up here together, 11, 12, and 13, respectively, in today's competition. Faye Ansley putting on a little bit of a show here as Kerrigan tees off. He's lining things up, and he sends it up. I'm not sure where the ball ended up. I didn't see it. Got caught there in the second tier. Unfortunately, we haven't seen a lot of balls get caught up in that area. A little difficult to tell from this camera angle, but Paul Kerrigan certainly had has to figure out how to play this now because this is not a shot most would practice. He's looking to bank it up and in for a 2. Unbelievable angle there for Kerrigan. Just got creative, took a couple seconds to figure it out, and boom, it's a home run for his par. Much needed and very clutch. Brings Faye Ansley now to the tee box. She's second in this featured group. Right side, sends it up. Playing the rebound, comes back. Just misses her 4th ace. Just a tap in inches away for Faye Ansley. Couldn't get much closer. Fabian Otse now. Fabian on the tee box. Lane 12 sends it up. He's been a little bit timid all day in this 5th round with his putts, leaving this one short. Never up, never in. Tap in for his par. That brings us to lane 13. So all pars on 11 there, and that was or 12 rather. That was pretty good by those players. Most of which was Kerrigan coming up with a creative par putt there from, God, it must have been 15 feet away. Kerrigan now on 13. He puts it up and in. Such a narrow channel on this lane. Got to bank it on the right side and catch it through, and then a double bank back to the cup on the right side. Faye Ansley looking carefully at this one. Starting off on the left side of the tee box. Faye Ansley with 3 aces back to back to back in this round. Looking for another ace. Just misses on the high side. Ansley with a great lead there. Nice tap in there. Almost bounced out, but a good tap in nonetheless. For Ansley, she'll stay 3 under in this 5th round. Fabian Otse. Lane 13. See the opening. Coming down, takes the rebound. Coming back over and up, and really pin high. Great speed on that one, making up for the timid putt on the last cup. Is tapping for par. He's moving forward very fast here in this 5th round with our featured group, the 2025 New Zealand Open. Dave Vida here, along with Andrew Edmonds. This is our 5th and final round today. We'll break overnight, come back tomorrow, and round it up with 3 more. Lane number 14 now. See the 2 hazards there guarding the cup. Up and in, a great placement there for Kerrigan. Well done. Just 1 over par here for Kerrigan so far on this 5th round. Only 1 mark and 1 issue. Faye Ansley going to try the backdoor approach and just leaves a little bit shy there on the back rebound. Ansley with this putt for par. Well done. Fabian Otse. Lane 14. Comes it down straight, takes it over the mogul. That's not where you want to be. Definitely had that one offline. It's not totally clicking here for Fabian in this 5th round yet. Got a few lanes left to make up, but unfortunately, they're not getting easier. 3 most difficult lanes in the course coming up. And he's left himself an almost impossible one here. Look at him getting creative there, aiming to the right, taking a look at all possible angles here. Not sure he's going to bank this one. Going to watch his foot. He can't hit himself back. That was not a bad effort, actually, at all. Unfortunately, it's not going to yield a par. So Fabian had to play that back at his foot. taking it off the rebound. Didn't have a line of sight there with the mogul and the hazard. So that leaves him with a bogey there, and he'll drop another stroke in this round. The daunting and treacherous lane 15. There's a great look at it right there going backwards. The whale-like shape all the way down. Kerrigan goes first here. Play an ambitiously forceful effort to get this ball down. There it goes. Getting to the top tier. Got a chance. Good looking putt there from Kerrigan. Leaves himself a 2-footer for his par. Nothing wrong with that. 15 today has yielded 1 ace from Matt Ansley. And that's all you get. Matt stated earlier today when we discussed with him between rounds that 15 actually wasn't playing the most difficult today, although it certainly is challenging. Faye Ansley now needs to get this ball all the way to that second tier. She's on the tee box, brings it down and up. This looks great. Great lead. Just pin high on the top side. Faye Ansley with a tap in there for her par. No issues, no problems there. Good par putt. Faye Ansley, 3 under for her round. She had back-to-back-to-back aces earlier today. I think she's done that twice today, if I'm correct. Fabian Oche sends it down. Ambitious, all the way up, all the way around. It stays on the top. Well done, well executed. Just getting it to the top tier alone seems to be a dreadful task for a lot of players today. A lot of the pros have struggled, some of the best. Even Matt Ansley had difficulty, even though he aced once, had difficulty getting into the top tier earlier today. All 3 players here make a par on lane 15. Everybody in this feature group stays where they're at. We go to 16. 16, causing a lot of headaches. 2 moguls, and then the cup guarded by a mogul. That one is in great shape. Good leave there by Kerrigan. Leaves a pin high on the right side, and this is just a tap in for his par. Stays 1 over. Faye Ansley now starting on the far left side of the tee box. She sends it down. Woo! That had some speed to it. I think it was not stopping for anyone, but it does stop pin high on the right side, and very well done there from Faye Ansley. A little bit calculated here on her second putt. Needs to be a little careful. No problem there, Faye. 3 under for her 5th round. Should be very proud of that so far with 1 more to go. Make that 2 more to go. This one sent down by Fabian. Same exact spot as Faye left the putt. So nothing wrong there either. Just need to be confident as you stand over this putt and strike it firmly to the bottom of the cup, and that's exactly what happens there for Fabian. Pretty interesting stuff going on here. 1 over par for Paul Kerrigan as he attacks lane number 17 now. It's a short lane, but it does pack a punch, and it packs an ace. Kerrigan gets it back and goes to even par now on 17 in the 5th round. Very, very, very impressive. Faye Ansley now going to do a little bit of course maintenance on 17. She sets up nicely in the center of the tee box, standing on the rail. Going to send this one down and going to bank it from her left to right. Looks good. Double bouncing it in. Her 4th ace today. Faye Ansley is on a mission. Good Lord, that is just so impressive. Well done, Faye Ansley. 4 aces today in round 5. So good. Now it's Fabian's turn. Our featured group. He sends it down. This looks tentative. Oof, just slides by the left side of the cup. Had a little bit more speed to it than when it looked. That almost took a dive right in the bottom of the cup. This is going to be a tap-in par, though, for Fabian. And well done. And that brings us to 18. Such a great finishing hole, and that's a great look at it there. You can see the moguls and then the horseshoe. Our camera will take a stance right behind the cup. And we'll get a good look here now at what Paul Kerrigan can do. Kerrigan makes this for par, and he'll par out. And he almost aces it. So that tap in brings him to a 36, and he'll be even par and right in the thick of things here as we go to tomorrow's competition. Faye Ansley now. This would be for her 5th ace if she can find a way to get it home. Just a very difficult task here for Faye Ansley. Bring it down over the moguls. Got a chance, got an option. Coming back and just short. Good effort there for Faye Ansley. So tap this one in. 4 under par for her roll today. That's just so impressive. Really, really good stuff for Faye Ansley. 4 aces and a clean card. Nothing wrong with that. Fabian now. He's going to take it up and over, and boy, that took a bad bounce. It just was never online and just didn't get any type of favoritism off that first mogul. Take a little bit of measurement there from the rod. Fabian's having a little bit of difficulty here. If he makes this, he'll be 2 over, a bogey 3 over. You got to take a close look here. Fabian is kind of accentuating a lot of my nightmares that I see on this course when I play it. Just sends it to the right, left side. He just pulls it a little bit. Tough to gauge the slope coming down off that mogul. Puts it in, but damage done on that one, too, for another bogey. So that's a tricky putt. So we're going to watch the groups come in here. Only a couple left here that are left. As they come in swinging on 18. So we'll leave the camera right here. You see Josh Mars there on the right side on 16. Following them in. This putt looks pretty good on 18, but it comes up a little bit short. Had the right angle. Not bad at all there. I think that's John Ansley. John makes par out of that putt. Well done, John. Bit of a hole back up there after 15 on the right side of your screen. More action going down on 18 now. This is Hala. Hala's on the right side. Left side of your screen. Good par putt there. Oh, dear. It's Scott Clancy there in the red hat on 18. He left himself a treacherous back up and in. Now, not as treacherous as most putts from outside the horseshoe, because this could be straight up and in, but last time he was here, he very timid, and he did push that one to the right, and that leaves it straight back up and in again, but nothing seems to be a gimme with this lane 18. Clancy now going up and in for a bogey and drops another stroke. Waiting for more of the groups to come through here now on 18. Fifth round of the New Zealand Open. What a tournament it's been so far. Top of your leaderboard is just bonkers here. Cameron Cooper, Patrick Hala in second place now, just outside of Matt Ansley. But again, still 3 more rounds after today to go. So tomorrow at 10 a.m. New Zealand time, we will resume coverage of the final 3 rounds and see who we're going to crown a winner today. Winner takes all, good cash prize, and a chance to go to the finals, which is next year in Gloucester at Aces Mini Golf. Matt Ansley on the right side of your screen, just assessing the scenario there on lane 15, looking for the regulation rod, apparently. He did get it up on that second tier there on the right side. Shadows coming into play now a little bit later in the day here in New Zealand. If you're watching over in the U.S., we're a 17, 18, or 19-hour time difference on a previous day on a Friday. So Ansley there just catching up with his par on 15. Only a couple lanes left here as we wrap up things in round number 5. Action soon on the tee on 18 first. It's like Cameron Cooper now. Cameron all the way down, all the way up, all the way back, and just misses the ace. He can't believe it. So close to our second ace on lane 15. Leaves himself with a tap-in par. Wow, that was so close. I can't even tell you. James McCarthy now on 15. Sends it down, goes back up. Does it got enough to stay? Does. Barely. Good effort here. And a par tap in for McCarthy. So James McCarthy stays right where he's at. 3 fantastic pars there on 15 from our leaders. Cameron, Ansley, McCarthy. Hollis snuck up there too as well. You're going to see him on 18 here shortly. Josh Mars in the background on your left side, finishing up 17. Go over to 18 in the action with Paul Kerrigan. Sends that down and out of position there, just outside the horseshoe. Not the best effort there. Make that Samuelson. Samuelson now with his second putt. He's got a tester here. Samuelson, again, you see him looking carefully there at the horseshoe. You know, what is it going to do? It's going to go from his right to left on its way up and then down, hopefully straight. Oh, just got away from him on the left side. Really good chance, really good effort, and a good bogey, if there is such a thing, on 18. Samuelson going to drop another stroke, and that brings him to even par, though, for today's round, round 5. This is Hala. Hala sends it down. It's an interesting kick, but boy, that bump, that speed bump there in the way just slows the ball down tremendously. Hala straight in, up and in for his par. And he makes it true. And a good finish there in round 5 for Hala. Puts himself in second place and -1 in that particular round. So 35 is a fantastic score. This is Josh Mars. Boy, that is not the lead that he wanted, although it's not behind the horseshoe. Still going to be a bunch of a tester here for him. Needs a little bit of assistance from the regulation rod there. I'll take 20 centimeters away from the edge. If I was him, I'd probably put this maybe left center. Don't give the cup away too much. Not that bad of a putt. Right up and in, center cut. Josh Mars with a great putt there to finish off his 5th round. Mars, unbelievable scoring today. Did really, really nice job in that particular round. Ends up with a 35. That brings our leaders. '17 on the right side of your screen. Cameron Cooper off the bank and rebound. I don't even know where that went. I didn't see the ball. It's an unusual spot to be in that Cooper's in. Well, he got caught down there in that little swell. There's a swell down there that can just engulf the ball. Now it's up and back again. So Cooper having a little bit of a dance here on 17. Right side of your screen. This now to drop a stroke, and it's not a gimme. It's up and in. And Cooper now. That, I think, falls him into a tie, possibly with Hala, but I'm not certain. James McCarthy finds the rebound. Just lips the cup to the left, to the right. Boy, that couldn't have been much better. Such a great looking putt. I think it just had a little too much pace on it. McCarthy with his tap in now for his par. Cameron Cooper playing even par so far. Patrick Hala in the clubhouse with a 35. The best score today in round 5 belongs to Faye Ansley. Put on a little bit of a clinic here after stumbled through round 4. She certainly came back with a vengeance here in round number 5 with 4 aces in a round and a clean scorecard. Lane 18 now. This is Matt Ansley. Up and over the hump. Makes it shoot. Comes back around and just kind of circumnavigates the cup there. Leaves himself with a tap in to clean up his par. A fantastic round there. 37 there for Matt Ansley, so 1 over par. Cameron Cooper now after dropping a stroke on lane 17. Another difficult lane here. Nothing gimme about this one. Sends it down over. Does it have enough? Ugh. Cameron Cooper. Oh, dear. Yeah, I know. He's waving at himself, which I know means that he's got to calm himself down a little bit. Just put himself way out of position, but this is still a makeable putt. It's just going to be a challenge. Ball's going to go from his right to left, up the slope, and then back down quickly. It's up. Slides by. Doesn't have enough to come back, and he bogeys 18. Back-to-back bogeys on round 5 to end this day for Cameron Cooper. Sorry to hear that. Now it's James McCarthy. He sends it down, back and around, and gives himself a precarious spot to be in here on lane 18, which is on the outside of the horseshoe looking in. That's a very steep little bump there to maneuver. They don't give you much breathing room here. You have to figure out a way to get it up and in. Wow, that was a competent putt and a fast one and a fantastic par there for your good friend James McCarthy. That is how it ends up. Let's take a look at the final leaderboard here. As soon as they update some scores, be able to pass them along to you. Fifth and final round for the day here at the New Zealand Open. Here's how the scores end up. 37 for his 5th round. That puts Cameron Cooper in a tie with Patrick Hala at 175 for first. Right behind one, Matt Ansley. Behind that, Josh Mars. Right in the thick of things and right where he wants to be. Also tied with Mars is James McCarthy. John Ansley right behind with Goatley, Clancy, and Samuelson in the run. Faye Ansley with a fantastic low round. The second low round of the tournament belongs to Faye Ansley in the 5th round with a 32, 4 aces, and her clean scorecard. Paul Kerrigan had some issues along with Fabian Ochi today in the 5th round. But all in all, not a bad showing. Steedman, O'Connor,